community in Afghanistan. Veronica discussed the problems of refugees in Pakistan, Iran, and forced deportation of refugees by Germany and other European countries, and displacement of families, solving their problems and getting help for them. Let's see more in this report. Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Refugees and Repatriations, in a meeting with Veronica, the Ambassador of European Union in Afghanistan, talked about solving the problems of Afghan refugees. The spokesperson of the Ministry of Refugees and Repatriations Affairs says that in this meeting, emphasis was placed on solving the problems of forced Afghan refugees in neighboring and European countries.
In this meeting, the problems of Afghan immigrants in Iran and Pakistan were discussed, as well as the prevention of the forced deportation of Afghan immigrants in Germany and some other European countries. In addition, the problems of moving displaced people inside Afghanistan were discussed. The Minister of Immigrant and Returns thanked the Minister of Immigrants and Returns thanked the European Union for their help and requested that any cooperation that is given to the immigrants should be given directly for them.
The ambassador of the European Union in Afghanistan called the problem of refugees a common responsibility
Iran
of
and
all,
Pakistan
and
were
said
discussed.
that she has donated 125 million euros to the United Nations aid agency to help refugees and other needy people. And by the end of this year, 36 million euros to help refugees and other needy people. And by the end of this year, the Disaster Management Directorate of support this community, which is the oppressed and needy segment of society. Means
I am attacked.
The Afghan embassy in Doha says that various system. The National Disaster Preparedness Agency has started distributing.
The railway project has special importance in terms of transporting regional and international trade goods and connecting Central Asian countries with South Asia.
Friday, November.
Reform and Civil Services Authority says that currently simplification of
provincial headquarters at the beginning of the meeting, these creative youth informed the governor of Kabul about the devices they had made and asked for cooperation of the Islamic Emirates in this regard. Mr. Obaid welcomed them and praised the devices they have made and made some important recommendations in this regard. He added that the Islamic Emirate fully supports those youth who make innovations and devices in technical fields.
We are not Bravo Vector units.
For the first time, the process of licenses, audit bodies, and vocational training institutions in the country has begun. The ministry added that by gathering standard licenses to audit bodies, administrative affairs will become more professional. National revenue evasion will be prevented. The revenues of Emirate and private companies will
real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
Financial and tax processes, and companies will be further strengthened in the field of system building. Sardar Ahmad Shakib, ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Islamabad, met with Amal Wali Khan, Senate member of Pakistan. The two sides discussed bilateral relations, trade, and the
real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
Pakistan to solve the problems of the people on the both sides. The Chamber of Commerce and Investment says that in the past 3 years, dozens of Russian and Chinese companies, as well as joint companies with Afghans, have invested in various sectors in Afghanistan. Economic experts consider foreign investment to be effective in economic growth infrastructure development, and poverty reduction. We have more details in this report.
Officials of the Chamber of Commerce and Investment say that the level of investment by foreign companies and investors in Afghanistan has increased in the past 3 years. According to these officials, dozens of Russian, Chinese and other foreign investors have invested in Afghanistan together with Afghans.
Practically dozens of companies have already received operating licenses from the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, which are either independent licenses or joint licenses, which have been made between Afghans and Russians or Afghans and Chinese. Many promises have been made in this regard, and Russia have practically invested in oil and other mines in the north of the country.
According to economic experts, foreign investment in Afghanistan is considered effective in economic growth, infrastructure development, job creation and poverty reduction.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No
Attracting
cops
foreign
showed up
investors,
in person.
governments, and traders to invest in Afghanistan can
A
lead
real
to the
shooting took
country's
place
economic
behind Lucerno's.
self-sufficiency
No
in a
cops
very
showed
short
up
time.
in person.
As you can see, the United Arab Emirates, where up to 50% of foreign investors have invested there and have put it on its feet in every section.
This is why the Islamic Emirate has always said that overall security has been ensured in Afghanistan and has called on domestic and foreign investors to invest in various sectors.
A meeting was held with the officials of the Association of Tourism Companies under the chairmanship of Maulavi Qudratullah Jamal, Deputy Minister of Tourism, Finance and Administrative Affairs of the Ministry of Information and Culture, to create facilities and coordination. During the meeting, the officials of the association shared their problems and suggestions with the officials.
We are not
Similarly,
Charlie
Mr.
Vector
Jamal
units.
said that they want to develop the tourism industry throughout the country, standardize and digitalize this industry, and create facilities for tourism companies. He added that tourism companies can play an important role in attracting foreign tourists. Officials of the Mine Action and Coordination Directorate say that since 2024, around 232 incidents have occurred due to unexploded mines, resulting in 465 deaths and injuries. Officials added that since the past year, 156 kilometers of area in a number of provinces of the country have been cleared of unexploded mines. Let's see more in this report.
After severe wars and unrest, the land of Afghanistan is still under the threat of mines, and every year, many citizens lose their lives or become disabled. Officials of the Mine Action and Coordination Directorate of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency say that mines have been in the territory of Afghanistan since past wars and still threaten the lives of Afghans.
Since the beginning of 2024, there have been 232 incidents across Afghanistan, with a total of 465 casualties over the past year. Approximately 146 square kilometers of land in 26 provinces across the country have been cleared of mines and unexploded ordnance.
According to him, as a result of continuous surveys and investigation of this department, since 2022, about 79 kilometers of land has been contaminated with mines.
Since 2022, approximately 65 square kilometers of land have been surveyed, and there are still handmade unexploded ordnance in this area. We have more such areas registered in our database. It might be approximately 79 square kilometers of land that contains handmade mines. Since the beginning of 2024, we have cleared approximately 34 square kilometers of this area.
Equality in the implementation of road construction projects, a number of citizens say that the country is currently in a state of complete security and are calling on the officials of Islamic Emirate to increase efforts to eliminate the remaining mines.
In the past few years, there has been a lot of war in Kunduz city, and there are many mines in our villages and many other areas, which are a threat to the lives of children and others.
We are not that called.
We want the government to take action in this regard, to clear these areas from mines and unexploded ordnance.
According to officials, most of the remaining mines are
We are
located
not
in
the
Maidan
fire
Wardak,
department.
Ghazni, Zabul, Kandahar, Helmand, Bakhtiar, Khous, Logar and eastern provinces. And this department is trying to increase its surveys to prevent and neutralize them. And for this purpose, it has great achievements in the field of public awareness in the country.
60 Mujahideen graduated from the Abdullah bin Omar 1st Infantry Brigade of the 201st Khalid bin Walid Corps in a series of ceremonies. The ceremony was attended by the commander of the 5th Battalion, Maulavi Abdul Latif Haqqani, as well as many officials, Mujahideen and personnel. While addressing their graduates, the officials said, "You are the main defenders and guardians of the Islamic government, and it is necessary for you to try, study, and improve yourselves in various professional fields in addition to the computer and telecommunication fields." Meanwhile, the new graduates assured the officials that they will make good use of the professional education they have received during their duties and will make more rapid efforts in these fields. Several tons of food and non-food items were sent to Nimroz province to provide assistance to potential disaster victims. On the instruction of the director of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency, several tons of food and non-food items
real shooting
were
took
sent
place
to
behind
Nimroz province to
Lucharno's.
provide
No
assistance
cops
and
showed up
sympathy
in
to
person.
potential disaster victims. This assistance includes 450 bags of flour, 450 bags of rice, and 500 packs of winter clothes. It is plain that this assistance will be distributed to the deserving people by the Nimroz Provincial Disaster Preparedness Agency. And the final one is that 10 people have been arrested in connection with drug trafficking from different provinces of the country. The Deputy Minister of Anti-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior
See you
Affairs
later,
said
Walmart.
in a statement that suspects were arrested by the anti-narcotics police from Daikundi, Coast, Paktika, and Parwan provinces. According to the deputy, a quantity of opium, drug tablets, and other narcotic substances were also recovered from the detainees. That's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
توی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Thursday, November 21st, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Maulavi Muhammad Yaqub Mujahid, Minister of National Defense, met with Hassan Kazemi Qawmi, Iranian ambassador to Kabul, and his accompanying delegation. The Ministry of National Defense says that in this meeting, the two sides discussed strengthening friendly relations, good neighbor lines, trade, border cooperation, and issues of Afghan refugees, and emphasized the readiness of the two countries to expand bilateral cooperation in various sectors. Sheikh al-Hadith Nur Muhammad Saqib, Minister of Guidance, Hajj and Endowments, met with Maulavi Naqibullah Ahmadi, Ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Malaysia. And Information and Culture also informed that
The contact number of 155, it is for the benefit of our dear citizens that if someone defies the price list, let us know.
fields, and we hope that the problems they face
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
CCPD.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, in a meeting with the officials and students of Kabul University Faculty of Social Science, asked them to invite 4 Afghan personalities to Afghanistan. In this meeting, Mr. Kabir said that the Islamic Emirate has started trying to make Afghanistan shine in the political and economic field, along with the stability of the Islamic government. He added that the Islamic Emirate wants good relations with other countries, but it's never ready to negotiate on the principles of Islam, and it will not violate Islamic rules for the happiness of others. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, met with a number of elders of Kunduz province. In this meeting, participants, while appreciating the efforts of the Islamic Emirate in order to ensure security and launch development projects in this province, and shared the social, economic, and security situation. On the other hand, the administrative deputy said that Afghanistan is the joint home of all Afghans and called on all Afghans living abroad to return to the country and contribute to the progress and development of the country. Sheikh Abdul Ghaffar Bahr, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Uzbekistan, met with Bakhyar Saidov, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uzbekistan, and discussed important regional and global issues. In this meeting, Mr. Saidov talked about the historical relations between the two countries, adding that he serves as an incentive for development and bilateral cooperation between the two countries. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum has signed a 25-year mining and exploration agreement with Uzbekistan's Aerial Company for a 7,000 square kilometers gas mine in Tuti-Maidan, Jozjan province. According to officials of this ministry, the company will invest $100 million in the first year, which will reach $1 billion in the next 10 years. Furthermore, the special representatives of the President of Uzbekistan says that now the economic relations between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan have strengthened, and this agreement is a good example of it. Let's see more in this report.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum signed an agreement with Uzbekistan's Aerial Company for the extraction and exploration of about 7,000 square kilometers of gas in the Tuti field of the Amur region, and the presence of Mullah Abdul Ghani Brother Akhund, economic deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. In 2 years, it will provide the basis for the production of 100 megawatts of electricity from gas.
This block is connected to Amur River Basin, which is located in Jowzjan province and has an area of about 7,000 square kilometers. And the Aerial Company, based on the contract with Afghanistan, and they will invest $100 million in the first year and $1 billion in 10 years.
In addition, the special representative of the President of Uzbekistan says that with the signing of this agreement, the economic relations between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan will be further strengthened, and many Afghans will be provided with job opportunities.
Today, we can say that relations between Uzbekistan and Afghanistan will reach to a high level. And I'm sure that if we sign this contract, we will expand our relations and cooperation.
Whatever thanks for nothing.
According to this major economic agreement between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan, in the first 3 years, the relevant company will conduct a two-dimensional survey of 1,500 square kilometers and a three-dimensional survey of 1,000 square kilometers to discover new gas resources in the country and be presented for professional exploitation.
1,000 square kilometers are conducting a three-dimensional survey,
We are
which
clear
will lead
from
to
radio
discovery
units.
of new gas resources in the country and professional exploration.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that the first year of this agreement is a trial period, and if the company does not fulfill all
We
its
are
promises,
not under
the
radio
contract will be
controls.
cancelled.
Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, met with the Director of the Afghanistan Chamber of Industry and Mines and some industrialists. In this meeting, the industrialists asked the Minister of Industry and Commerce to solve the problems that they are facing with. Meanwhile, Mr. Azizi assured the industrialists of solving the existing problems they
The
are
real
facing
shooting
with.
took place behind
During the
Lucerno's.
meeting
No
with
cops
Khalilur
showed
Rahman
up in
Haqqani,
person.
the Minister of Refugees and Repatriation Affairs, the Ambassador of the European Community in Afghanistan, Veronica, discussed the problems of refugees in Pakistan, Iran, and forced deportation of refugees by Germany and other European countries, and displacement of families, solving their problems and getting help for them. Let's see more in this report. Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Refugees and Repatriations, in a meeting with Veronica, the Ambassador of European Union in Afghanistan, talked about solving the problems of Afghan refugees. The spokesperson of the Ministry of Refugees and Repatriations Affairs says that in this meeting, emphasis was placed on solving the problems of forced Afghan refugees in neighboring and European countries.
In this meeting, the problems of Afghan immigrants in Iran and Pakistan were discussed, as well as the prevention of the forced deportation of Afghan immigrants in Germany and some other European countries. In addition, the problems of moving displaced people inside Afghanistan were discussed. The Minister of Immigrant and Returns thanked the Minister of Immigrants and Returns thanked the European Union for their help and requested that any cooperation that is given to the immigrants should be given directly for them.
The ambassador of the European Union in Afghanistan called the problem of refugees a common responsibility of all and said that she has donated 125 million euros to the United Nations aid agencies to help refugees and other needy people. And by the end of this year, 36 million euros will be donated and this series will continue.
I am listening to voice.
Mrs. Veronica mentioned in her speech about the aid of the
You
European
cannot control
Union
heat
and added
with
that
hashtags
this
that
aid
activate
continues
radio
and
recording
consider the handling
transmissions.
of the problems of immigrants
We
to
are
be
not
the common
dispatch
responsibility
radio
of
traffic.
all and threaten for cooperation.
According to the spokesperson of this ministry,
We are
both
not
sides
Charlie
have
Vector
agreed
units.
to form a joint technical committee to create a joint mechanism according to which both sides will work to solve the problems of Afghan refugees. Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, the Chief Executive Director of Afghanistan Electricity Company, and Maulavi Ahmad Jan Bilal, the Chief Executive Director of Emirate Companies, visited the Naghlu power plant and evaluated several parts of it. Mr. Omar gave the necessary recommendations to the technical staff of this dam to pay full attention to the safety of the power facilities and timely repair of the equipment, and added that attention to the safety of the power facilities is an important priority for the electricity company. Kabul Governor Mullah Minullah Obaid visited a number of disabled mujahideen of the 20 years of jihad in the province.
Hello, how
In this
are
meeting,
you?
Mr. Obaid praised their bravery in last 20 years of jihad and called them the main heroes of the country's freedom. The governor of Kabul also gave cash assistance to the disabled people and assured them that their problems will be solved soon. The Disaster Preparedness Directorate of Badghis Province distributed food aid to 100 families affected by natural disasters, the families of martyrs and disabled people. Local officials say that the aid includes flour, rice, oil, and other essential items. Meanwhile, the Nangarhar Disaster Preparedness Directorate announced the distribution of cash to 60 families affected by the recent floods in the province. Sheikh Maulana Islam Jar, governor of Herat, discussed trade issues with Kausar Ali Zahidi, trade officer of Pakistani Embassy and General Council of Pakistan. In this meeting, Mr. Zahidi said that customs tariffs of important Afghan fruits and vegetables, including pomegranates, grapes, peaches, and eggplant in Pakistan have reached to zero. On the other hand, the governor of Herat welcomed the reduction of customs tariffs on Afghan fruits and vegetables, calling it an important step in expanding trade relations between the two countries. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night.
ساتوی پسرو وینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو کور
EMS to Driscoll, Corpus Christi Fire Department, EMS to Driscoll call.
We are not that call. We are not that call.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Dr. Mullah Abdul Wasi, Chief Director of the Office of the Prime Minister, met with the officials of a number of Turkish private companies and the professors of Istanbul Jarrah Pasha University. Officials of these companies said that Afghanistan and Turkey have long and historical relations and are willing to invest in Afghanistan's mineral exploration and extraction. On the other hand, the professors of Istanbul University said that they want to provide short-term and long-term scholarships to Afghan students in the fields of mining, agriculture, and the use of medical devices within the framework of the agreement with the Ministry of Higher Education of Afghanistan. Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, Minister of Mines and Petroleum, met with the head of MCC company of Messianic project and discussed the progress of
a tactical asset computer system.
The head of the company expressed hope for the efforts to implement the project and added that
with
the
hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions.
On the other hand, the Minister of Mines
a tactical asset computer system.
The practical work of mining the Messianic copper project, the level of investment will increase and both countries will benefit. Mullah Muhammad Isa Sani, Minister of Public Works, in the presence of the first Deputy Chairman of the Chamber of Commerce
You cannot control Heath with hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions.
The company's officials, while providing information about their activities, added that the officials of these companies are investing in infrastructure projects in Afghanistan. On the other hand, the Minister of Public Works, while emphasizing the trade and transit relations between the two countries, said that the role of the private sector in the economic growth of countries is important. Mullah Muhammad Fazil Mazloom, First Deputy Minister of National Security, the 9th Border Brigade,
a tactical asset computer system.
Al-Faruq Corps during his visit to Farah province and met with the officials of the corps. In this meeting, the Deputy Minister of National Defense said satisfaction with the performance of the officials of corps and provided necessary guidelines for improvement. Officials of the Ministry of Propagation of Virtue, Prevention of Voice and Hearing Complaints honored 30 academic and professional members of Academy of Sciences. They had participated in religious studies which were organized by the Dawa and Irshad Department.
Yes, strange is as strange
Appreciation
does.
meeting of scientific and professional members of the Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Propagation of Virtue, Prevention of Voice and Hearing Complaints. The official of the Academy of Sciences say that understanding the concepts of the verses of the Holy Quran is the duty and obligation of every Muslim, and emphasized on the common of the good and the avoidance of the evil.
You cannot control Heath with hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions.
Is the way that
I am a tactical asset
said if someone
I don't
says to
think
go
that
to
program is
listen
appropriate.
of Dawat al-Irshad, it will remain our official work. This is also a big part of official work. According to the head of the Dawat and Irshad of the Afghanistan
LPD,
Academy of
Port 1
Sciences,
PD
all
dispatch
academic
call.
and staff members of the institution participated in
We
the
are not
Islamic
that
education
call.
program.
مرتبط القرآن عظم الشان
Here among the scholars we have reciters who teach them the Holy Quran with tajwid. In this department we also have scholars in which subjects, whether they are fiqh or Quran, are taught here from the Directorate of Irshad of the Ministry of Propagation of Virtue, Prevention of Vice and Hearing Complaints. According to officials, Department of Dawat and Irshad have been established in all Emirate institutions, and their purpose is to increase the level of awarenesses of government employees regarding Islamic orders and to communicate the orders.
The Ministry of National Defense has said that tens of military vehicles have been prepared for repair and use by the officials of the
A real
Technical
shooting
Directorate
took
of
place
the 5th
behind
Brigade,
Lucharno's
Border
no
Brigade of the 205th
LPD.
A real
Alberta
shooting
Corps.
took place
The
behind
Added that these
Lucharno's no
military
cops
vehicles
show.
include 53
We are
tanks,
not that
3
call.
ambulances, and 21 international military vehicles. A cooperation agreement worth more than $471,000 was signed between Mullah Nuruddin Tarabi, General Director of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency,
LPD,
and Ahmad
Port
Zia
1 PD
Mayar, Deputy Director of Danish
I am a
International Migration
tactical
Organization.
asset computer
According
system.
to the agreement, the money will be spent on mine clearance, cash
LPD,
aid,
Portland,
services and support for victims of mines and unexploded ordnance and other sectors. An agreement was signed between the Ministry
Portland.
of Transport and Civil Aviation, the Ministry of Finance,
I
and
am a
Afghan
tactical
Post Emirate
asset
Company to
computer
install
system.
smart locks on cargo vehicles, and the
LPD,
Postal Code and
Port-
Address Development Program was opened. Officials of the head office of the Emirate Company say that
Yes,
since the
strange
Islamic
is
Emirate
as
came to
strange
power
does.
for the second time, the coordination between all companies has increased. Let's see more in this report.
An agreement was signed between the Ministry of
LPD.
Transport and Civil Aviation, the Ministry of Finance, and the Afghan Post Emirate Company to install a smart lock on cargo vehicles, and the Postal
LPD.
Code and Addresses Development Program was opened. According to officials, smart locks help businessmen to get information about the exact location of their goods.
You cannot control Heath with
It uses
hashtags that
technology in
activate
various
radio
fields in order
recording
to achieve
transmission.
parity with the modern world in
LPD.
terms of technology.
We are not
to
people on
import
bikes.
the principle of government and to provide good and timely services. A good example of this is the practical installation of the advanced GPS device for transit purposes.
DLPD, Portland PD dispatch call.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is trying to gain people's confidence in the economy so that other people can safely transfer their wealth from our land.
PD dispatch
According
call.
to officials, the Afghan Post Emirates Company has created a 6-digit code at the country level, which has been approved by the international community and will be used
LPD,
in national
Portland
and
PD
We are
international
not that
postal
call.
services after this. As we have tried to start this project or to sign this memorandum of the understanding, may Allah grant that all these ministries such as the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Interior Affairs, and we want more cooperation from them.
We are went dark east. We are not that call.
Afghan Post Emirates Company, Ministry of Transport and Aviation, and the Ministry of Finance could open the way for this national and fundamental project. Today we are witnessing the cooperation agreement, and in the near
I am
future,
listening
the
to
practical
voice
work
comments
of
right
this
now.
project will be started. according to a decree of the leader of the Islamic Emirate, since the Islamic Emirate took power for the second time for the purpose of coordination and joint cooperation of all Emirati companies. The General Directorate of Emirati Companies has been established and started to operate.
Sheikh Mohammed Qasim Khaled, the governor of Nimroz province, met with the head and representatives of HealthNet organization in the province. The Office of Media Officer of Nimroz province says that the officials of the health organization said that they are active in the center and districts of the province.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
And asked them to expand their activities to remote areas of the province. 20 houses for over and families in Paktika province were completed and put into use at a cost of more than 3 million Afghanis, with the financial assistance
We are clear from radio units.
Welfare Foundation in cooperation with the Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department of the province. The technical team of the Ministry of Energy and Water, in cooperation with the officials of Arghandab Marine Sub-Basin, conducted a technical survey of 3 check dams in Kandahar province.
A tactical asset computer
practical work
system.
of these dams is scheduled to begin soon, and with their completion, flood water will be controlled and groundwater will also be saved. And the final one is that a number of military equipment were seized in Jaghuri district of Ghazni province. The provincial police chief said
tactical
that
asset
the seized
computer
items
system.
include an AKM rifle, pistol, 50 of bullets, and 8 grenades.
We are not Delta Vector. You
That's all for
cannot
tonight.
control
Thank you so
Heath
much
with
for watching.
hashtags
Have a great
that
night.
activate radio recording transmissions.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. The meeting of the Political Commission of the Islamic Emirate was held at Sapedar Palace, led by Maulavi Abdul Kabir, political deputy of the Prime Minister, and with the participation of cabinet members. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate said that the meeting emphasized that Afghanistan is ready to protect its borders and ports and not allow anyone to harm others from Afghanistan's territory. Hamdullah Fitrat adds that the participants of the meeting also expressed concern about the escalation of the crisis in the Middle East. Let's see more in this report.
The meeting of the Political Commission of the Islamic Emirate was held late yesterday under the leadership of the political deputy of the Prime Minister at the Sapedar Palace. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate said that the meeting was attended by the Chief of Staff of the Ministry of Defense, the Senior Deputy Minister of Security of the Ministry of Interior Affairs, and some cabinet members.
In the meeting of the Political Commission, it was emphasized that Afghanistan is ready to ensure the security of its borders and ports and will not allow anyone to harm other countries from Afghanistan.
A number of political and military experts consider holding meetings of the Islamic Emirates Political Commission to be important for political and other fields.
In the last 3 years, the government of Afghanistan has assured its neighbors that they will not be attacked through Afghanistan. Can Afghanistan's neighboring countries send a message to Afghanistan with such an explanation that terrorist groups are not managing proxy groups against the Kabul government? It's very important for the Afghan government to take practical steps to build trust and to create an atmosphere of trust.
This is why, in the last meeting of the Political Commission of the Islamic Emirate, they also discussed political security development, addressing the challenges of Afghan living abroad, and providing necessary preparations for Afghan refugees.
Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, Minister of Mines and Petroleum, met with Abdul Rahman Atash, the head of the National Development Company. During the meeting, the two sides discussed the management of and drilling of the Balkhab coal mine, creating job opportunities and other related issues. Maulavi Habibullah, the Minister of Education, has visited the whole province to review the educational situation in the country. The Minister of Education says that during this visit, Maulavi Habibullah, while visiting the school of Manbaul Ulum in Chaharsada district, in a meeting with a number of local officials of the province, emphasized on providing balanced educational services throughout the country, adding that the country's bright future depends on empowering the younger generation through quality education. Maulavi Mahbub Shah Khanet, the Deputy Governor of Coast Province, visited the security officials of Corpus, Thani, Speri, Alisher and Zazemedan districts of the province. During his visit to Kandahar province, he discussed the problems of those border districts with Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, the leader of the Islamic Emirate. The press office of Coast Governor said the Deputy Governor of Coast Province shared the instructions of the leader of the Islamic Emirate with the officials and emphasized the implementation of these instructions. According to the Ministry of Transport and Aviation, the number of transit flights from Afghanistan's airspace has increased significantly, and more than 350 flights pass through Afghanistan's airspace every 24 hours. Officials of this ministry report an increase in transit flights from Afghanistan after the insecurity in the region has increased on the part of Israel, and many countries have changed their air routes for safety. More in the report.
Due to the increase in conflicts in the Middle East, the use of the airspace of the country's airspace has decreased due to the fear of Israel's retaliatory attack on Iran. The spokesman of the Ministry of Transport and Aviation, Imamuddin Ahmadi, in a special program with national television, said that Afghanistan's airspace has become normal and civil, and transit flights have increased to 2 and 3 times compared to the past.
Now approximately 315 flights are passing from Afghanistan in 24 hours. With the arrival of the Islamic Emirates, these flights were stopped, but then they were started slowly and the Afghan airspace was declared safe. These flights started and reached 100. It has been several months since this flight reached 216 and 215 every 24 hours.
While from time to time Iran cancels flights due to the fear of Israel's attack, most of the countries have changed the flights over the country's airspace due to the fear and danger. And most of them go over the airspace of Afghanistan. The Ministry of Transport and Aviation adds that not only because of the conflict in the region, the flights in Afghanistan's airspace have increased, but Afghanistan's airspace is safe and secure from others.
This is on the interest of Afghanistan, and it also shows that Afghanistan's airspace is safe and ready for any kinds of civil flights.
Even though there were no flights from the Afghan airspace after the Islamic Emirate took power, but later, through the efforts of the Ministry of Transport and Aviation, the airspace of Afghanistan was declared normal and civil, and now hundreds of transit and domestic flights are passing through it in 24 hours.
As strange does.
A delegation led by Maulavi Ahmadullah Zahid, the Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, including the representatives of the World Bank, a number of organizations related to the United Nations, the Chinese ambassador, the General Director of Afghanistan Electricity Company, and some other officials have visited the Barikab Industrial Park of Parwan Province. The delegation discussed the provision of electricity to this industrial park, the construction of canalization, the activation of the second and third phase, and how to invest in the mentioned park. The Ministry of Finance says that it has recovered more than 34,000 acres of seized land in a number of provinces. The spokesman of the ministry said that the land was located in Gur, Medan Wardak, Takhar, Logar, Nuristan, Badghis and Panjshir provinces, which has been taken back by the relevant authorities. UNICEF donated advanced medical equipment to hospitals in Nangarhar and Laghman worth $98,000. According to local officials, it includes advanced mobile television examination equipment, delivery table, birth kits, and other medical equipment. And the National Disaster Preparedness Agency provided food and non-food aid to 150 families in Kunar and 80 families in Nangarhar provinces, which were affected by the recent rains and floods. The aid includes flour, rice, blanket, some kitchen equipment, rugs, health package, and other necessary things. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night.
Dispatch call.
ساتوي پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو
We are not medics for EMS1.
داد باتورانو کور ساتوي پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is 7th of October 2024. The leader of the Islamic Emirate, Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, has issued a decree regarding the transparency in procurement and other contracts of ministries and Emirate agencies. According to the order of the said decree, in order to ensure transparency in the procurement, mining, and other contracts of ministries and Emirate agencies, the subject of which is public property, Emirate officials cannot directly or indirectly participate in tender and the procurement of goods, services, and construction of mining contracts and other contracts. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan says that America has realized that its attack on Afghanistan was a mistake. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate spoke on the occasion of the 7th of October, or the 23rd anniversary of the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan. The Islamic Emirate considers the 7th of October as a dark day in the history of Afghanistan, because of which thousands of Afghans were martyred, wounded, and many more were compelled to leave the country. According to the deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, America forces and their allies were defeated and forced to withdraw after 20 years of presence in Afghanistan. We have more in this report.
23 years ago, on this day, October 7th, 2001, the Western coalition led by the United States attacked Afghanistan, and the longest war in the history of the United States began in this way. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan remembers this day as a turning point of the country's history and says that thousands of Afghans were martyred, wounded, and refugees as a result of the American war.
Today is the 7th of October, which coincides with the 23rd anniversary of
Solar
the
is
brutal
great for
invasion
power
of
production.
the American invaders to Afghanistan. We call this day a dark day in the history of Afghanistan. It was a cruel invasion of Afghanistan, which resulted in thousands of innocent Afghans being martyred, injured, imprisoned, and homeless.
Washington was there when it attacked Afghanistan in order to eliminate the perpetrators of the September 11th attacks. But the deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says that America has realized that its invasion to Afghanistan was a mistake.
Sacrifices in jihad, the invaders were defeated and the country was freed from the occupation. Now, alhamdulillah, the Islamic government has been implemented in the whole country.
After 20 years of fatigue, sacrifice, and jihad, the Islamic Emirate once again defeated America and its allies in 2021 and saved the country from their occupation.
Sheikh al-Hadith Mawlavi Nida Muhammad Nadeem, the Minister of Higher Education, in his official visit to Daikundi province, a meeting with the leadership, teachers, and administrative staff of Daikundi Higher Education Institution, listened to the requests and suggestions of the officials of this institution. The Minister assured the officials of Daikundi Higher Education Institution that they will address their needs and added that the Islamic Emirate is committed to the development and standardization of the university and seminary and has proven it.
See you later. 104 radio program.
Needs, problems and suggestions of the institution with the Minister of Higher Education, who approved 21 different proposals of the institution and assured full cooperation in other sections. Mullah Hamidullah Khunzada, the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation, met with Muhammad Karmi, the Governor of Sistan and Baluchistan province of Iran, and his delegation. In this meeting, they discussed the development of transport and transit relations between the two countries, the increase of transfers from Chabahar port, the provision of facilities to transport companies, and delivers this regard.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
The spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs says that the arguments between the supporters of the government and political opponents and Pakistan can have a negative impact on the entire region. Mr. Balkhi wrote on his X page that the Islamic Emirate is closely monitoring the situation in Pakistan and hopes that the government of this country will take a reasonable approach to the growing dissatisfaction. On the other hand, political analysts point to the ongoing political and social situation in this country and say that Pakistan should accept the legitimate demands of the people. Let's see more in this report.
With the arguments between the government and political opponents in Pakistan and the recent increase of insecurity,
I am a tactical asset computer system
of the Islamic Emirate wrote on his X page that the ongoing arguments in Pakistan may have a negative impact on the entire region, and he asked the government of Pakistan to solve the problems through negotiations.
In Pakistan, the tension between the supporters of the government and the political opponents has reached an alarming level. The Islamic Emirate is closely monitoring the situation in Pakistan. The government of Pakistan should take a rational approach to the growing discontent.
Thousands of supporters of Imran Khan, the former Prime Minister of this country, have
started
not protests for his release. On the other hand, political analysts also consider recent political conflicts in this country as dangerous for the region in addition to Pakistan.
Baluch movement, Pashtun movement, Imran Khan's PTM party, flood, and the flood cannot be controlled soon. The current government of Pakistan is the people and it belongs to its people.
We are
and
not
it
that
should
call.
listen to the voice of its people, sit with them and answer the demands of the people.
The recent situation in Pakistan has caused concern at a time when the country's insecurity and
Hello,
poor economy have
how are you?
caused the country to stagnate, and it has caused great damage to trust in the region.
Mullah Muhammad Isa Sani, the Minister of Public Works, visited the reconstruction projects of the Kabul-Kandahar highway and the mosques being built along the road. The ministry said that Mullah Muhammad Isa Sani has given serious instructions to the representatives of all contracting companies. Maulavi Sadr Azam Osmani, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, met with Emri Yaksak, Direct Coordination and Cooperation of Humanitarian Operations of the Islamic Organization Food Security. During the meeting, Mr. Osmani said that drug cultivation is banned in Afghanistan and farmers need to create jobs. And they said that Afghanistan is an agricultural country and machinerization of agriculture is serious need of farmers. 4 projects have been started in Bamiyan at a cost of 22 million Afghanis. The media office of Bamiyan province officials say that 4 basic and development projects have been started in this province at the cost of 21,950,000 Afghanis. Disaster Preparedness Department of Nuristan province distributed food and non-food and cash aid to 265 families of the province who were affected by natural disasters. 50 kilos of flour, 25 kilos of rice, 5 kilos of cooking oil, 10 cartons of milk, and 5 blankets were distributed to 250 families and 10,000 Afghanis per family to 15 other families. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night.
شهيدان كور داد باتوران
We cannot control each with hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions.
The international exhibition of the Imam Abu Hanifa was opened in the capital with the presence of Mullah Abdul Ghani Brother, the economic deputy of the Prime Minister, and a number of other high-ranking officials of the Islamic Emirate. In the opening ceremony of this exhibition, the economic deputy of the Prime Minister said that such exhibitions create good opportunities in the sales and marketing of domestic products.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
In 700 booths.
LPD, Portland PD dispatch call.
I will attack a tactical asset computer system.
Space station. Our unit is down right now. It shows up the fuel. Doors open.
Good evening and welcome to the Service News with me, Morian.
I think we're probably
Officials say that the country has decided
Also, engine B, anything for like this is that 15 10 Meridian, 1610 EFC, EFC 3314, 93 working operator dispatch,
say that it's a meeting that Moscow format that will be
It is not bloody here in the current
welcome to the
vector.
section of Russia and says that removing the name of the Islamic Emirate from the list of banned groups will open the new chapter of cooperation between the two countries. Our colleague reports.
Zamir Kabulov, Russia's special representative for Afghanistan, said while talking on the silence of the sixth meeting of the Moscow format that Russia will soon announce the final decision to remove the name of the Islamic Emirate from the list of banned
A
groups.
real shooting took place behind Lucharno's. No cops showed up in
Moscow made the
person.
decision to remove the Islamic Emirate from the list of banned groups at a higher level, and after completing the legal procedures, the final decision will be announced soon.
The decision to remove the Islamic Emirate from the list of banned groups was made at a high level in Russia. But according to him, this process should go through legal channels. On the other hand, the Islamic
real
Emirate
shooting
considers
took
this
place
decision
behind
of Russia
Lucharno's.
important
No
and
cops
necessary for the
showed up in
continuation
person.
of development of interaction and cooperation
A real
between the two
shooting took
countries.
place behind Lucharno's. No cops showed up in person.
The interests of Afghanistan and Russia are also in the fact that different sectors of the professional agricultural horizon and the investment sector have a positive relationship. And in this regard, as a first step, removing the Islamic Emirate from the blacklist by Russia is a realistic move.
Also, political experts call this action of Russia as the best step in
We are
strengthening
not
relations
that call.
and want all the neighboring countries to interact with the Islamic Emirate for the stability of the region.
روسیه میخواد که افغانستان شریک و متحد روسیه باشن.
Russia wants Afghanistan to be a partner and ally of Russia, and Afghanistan is still a good opportunity for Russia in terms of business, and it is valuable for it in several ways. And in this way, we can rebuild Afghanistan's mining infrastructure, and Afghanistan is still a good market. It is for Russian products that
We
can
are
boost
not
Russian
Adam
exports
vector
to
units.
Afghanistan and from Afghanistan to Russia.
افغانستان رو با روسیه رونق بخشه.
This action can improve our relations with the countries of the region and the neighboring countries even better than before.
Earlier, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan had removed the name of the Islamic Emirate from the list of bandit groups.
Mawli Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, met with Maulawi Asadullah Bilal Karimi, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to the People's Republic of China.
See you later,
In this meeting,
Walmart.
Mr. Karimi spoke about the efforts of the Embassy of Islamic Emirate in China to expand relations between the two countries in various fields and especially trade, and added that the consular services for citizens, traders and students are also active and are well provided. At the same time, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister appreciated the work of the officials of the Embassy of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in the People's Republic of China, and added that the officials of this embassy should try to strengthen the relation between the two countries and provide more consular services for the Afghan citizens living in China. Rahman Haqqani, Minister of Immigrants and Attorneys Affairs, during his visit to Paktia province, participated in the graduation ceremony of the Hifaz of Abdullah bin Masood School in Shawak district of this province. In the ceremony, Mr. Haqqani emphasized on learning religious and contemporary sciences and added that modern sciences and education is the need of society, and through science we can defend ourselves against any aggression. Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, Minister of Mines and Petroleum, met with the General Director of the 77 Turkish Company. In this meeting, the General Director of the 77 Turkish Company provided detailed information regarding their activities and expressed hope that the contract of Yatim Taq province be signed between the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum and this company. The Minister of Mines and Petroleum, while appreciating the activities of this company, he called for investment in the country's mines, especially iron and copper mines. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce announces the expansion of Pulcharhi Industrial Park in Kabul. The spokesman of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that this meeting was held in order to expand Pulcharhi Industrial Park with the presence of the representatives of the relevant departments, and there was a discussion and exchange of opinions about the design of the third phase of Pulcharhi Industrial Park and the land acquisition process.
A spokesman of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce says the meeting was held for the purpose of developing Pulcharhi Industrial Park under the leadership of the Minister of Industry and Commerce, in the presence of representative of Kabul Municipality, Environmental Protection Department, and Minister of Urban Development and Housing. According to the spokesman of this ministry, there has been a decision and a change of views about the design of the third phase of Pulcharhi Industrial Park and the land acquisition process.
There was a discussion on the expansion of Pulcharhi Industrial Park. In this meeting, information was provided about the design of the third phase of Pulcharhi Industrial Park. And there was also a discussion and exchange of opinions about the process of land negotiation and coordination between the relevant departments.
On the other hand,
we are not
officials
that
of
call.
the Chamber of Commerce and Investment welcome the decision of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce to expand the industrial park and add that this issue will increase domestic and foreign investments in various sectors, in addition to increasing domestic production.
We believe that the problems we have from the non-distribution of our land will be solved, and it is a very good action that has a positive effect on the place behind
Charnos
with no cost shows investors are encouraged to build up their factories and invest here.
Meanwhile, according to the decision of the Economic Commission of Prime Minister's Office, the expansion of the Pulcharhi Industrial Park in Kabul is to be built on 700 acres of land located along the Pulcharhi Industrial Park.
Miraj Mohammad Miraj, the head of the official office of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum, met with Ghulam Yahya Chawesh, the head of the Moscow Kabul company and their Russian partners. In this meeting,
we are not
the head
the
of
microwave
the
radio
requested
on
the
that
cooperation
bus.
of the ministry to invest in the country's mines, especially lead and zinc, and they established a middle process factory. While welcoming this action, the head of the official office of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum said that all national and international investors can invest in Afghanistan's mineral resources according to the mining laws of this ministry. Maulwi Matiul Haq Khalas, the General Director of the National Environmental Protection Department, to the Department of Environmental Protection of Laman Province, met with all the employees of this department and evaluated their work. The General Director of the National Environmental Protection Department gave the necessary recommendation to the employees of this department to
a
perform
real
their
shooting
assigned
took place
duties in the light
behind
of
the
religion of
Charnos.
Islam,
No cops
respect the
showed up
hierarchy
in
and
person.
create innovation in their work. He also heard about the management problems of the Environmental Protection Department of this province and promised to solve them.
LPD, Portland PD.
Labor and John CPA 5959 South Staples 5959 South Staples children. Area 1401 Workout Address Batch 1116. Minister of Labor Affairs stated that the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs
You are not John.
all over the country and here to support the impaired airfield. Life have been provided
Yes,
for
the tactical assist system is active.
shelter and health center. The Ministry of Finance announces the beginning of a
We are not
one-month
that
training
call.
program for 30 newly appointed custom officials of our province. According to this ministry, this training program is to increase the capacity of employees regarding custom laws, custom formalities, custom assessment, tariffs, and custom declaration practical and theoretical training for 30 new employees after Rwanda and Rosnak, the customs related to Herat province. This was all for tonight. Thank you for watching.
Units. We don't. Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
News with me, Morian. The Afghanistan Bank says that the banking system, new services and products have been prepared. It will be implemented after the approval of the Supreme Council of Afghanistan Bank. On the other hand, economic experts consider the provision of Islamic banking services in Afghanistan beneficial and say that the increase in monetary services can increase citizens' access to financial services. More details in the report.
The spokesperson of the Afghanistan Bank says in order to expand the better services of Islamic banking, new services and products have been considered for the banks in the country. According to the spokesperson of the Afghanistan Bank, after the approval of Supreme Council of the Afghanistan Bank, these products will be entrusted to the commercial bank and facilities will be created for the citizens.
By now, various products are ready to be distributed to Afghanistan for the sake of Islamic banking. These products will soon be distributed to the Afghan Bankers Council, and then they will be given to commercial banks for their activities.
On the other hand, economic experts say that increasing monetary services, especially financial services, in accordance with Islamic Sharia, can increase citizens' access to the financial services.
If these services are successfully planned and marketed, it can increase people's access to financial services.
On the other hand, the citizens of the country welcome the creation of new Islamic banking facilities in the country's bank.
When it is said that interest is forbidden in Islam, there must be a special reason why it is considered forbidden because of the Islamic economic system. If banking becomes Islamic, it has its benefits. The best thing is a good deed because it is good for people in this world and in the hereafter. Why does something that God has forbidden surely have a justification?
The new Islamic banking facilities are provided by the Afghanistan Bank for commercial banks, with citizens who are facing problems in this sector before.
The temperature is
the
different.
first deputy of chief of the staff of the armed forces, visited the construction of a new security posts along hypothetical Duran line in Muhammadara district of Nangarhar province. The Ministry of National Defense says that Mr. Sadiq, while meeting with the officials and the Mujahideen in there, presented the necessary guidelines to the officials of the constructing company, engineers, and its employees. Miraj Muhammad Miraj, the head of the official office of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum, met with the officials of the Kabul-Moscow company. In this meeting, the officials of this company stated that they are interested in investing in lead and zinc mines and setting up a metal processing factory in Afghanistan. On the other hand, in this meeting, Mr. Miraj assured the cooperation of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum with the national and international investors.
We are not the microwave radio on
the General
that
Director
bus.
of Olympics, Physical Training and Sports of the country, met with the Minister of Sports of Qatar during his trip to this country. In this meeting, Mr. Wasiq said that with the rule of Islamic Emirate, national security has been ensured in Afghanistan and a suitable ground has been provided for hosting foreign competitions. On the other hand, the Minister of Sports of Qatar stated that they will continue their cooperation in the field of sports with Afghanistan. Officials of the Ministry of Martyrs and Disabled People say that after the establishment of the Islamic Emirate, more than 653,000 people with disabilities, orphans, and widows have been registered. According to this ministry, including the center, this process continues in all provinces of the country, and they have brought many facilities. Our colleague reports.
Officials in the Ministry of Murders and the Disabled say that including the center, the process of registering widows, orphans, and people with disabilities have been active in the centers of all provinces. And so far, they have registered more than 6,503,000 in this way.
We have registered about 653,000 orphans, disabled and widows in all provinces, districts and villages, including the center. In this number, there are about 190,000 disabled people, 370,000 orphans, and 94,000 widows.
According to him, after the rule of the Islamic Emirate and the order of general amnesty by the leader of the Islamic Emirate, the heirs of murderers and disabled people have registered their departure from the government, and their allowances will be paid at the specified time.
Based on the compassion and mercy of the Islamic Emirate, especially the Ministry of Martyrs and Disabled Affairs, these people have been registered. In total, we have registered about 102,000 disabled orphans and widows from our previous administration.
At the same time, a number of heirs of murderers and people with disabilities praised the help provided to him and the timely payment of salaries by this ministry.
No cops showed up in person.
Our rights are paid in the right time. We are not harassed. It is a very good law and principle. We are very happy and satisfied with this. If it is private, it is military, or it is mujahideen, all of them are given their rights in turn. We are very happy that we are getting help for martyrs and orphans.
It's worth mentioning that the Islamic Emirate has approved a special budget to solve their economic problems, which is transparently paid to them through the banking system. And in addition to this, they have also requested the cooperation of international organizations to provide cash and food aid, and has helped them.
Sheikh Shahabuddin Dalawar, the General Director of the Afghan Red Crescent Society, during his trip to Paktia province, together with Mullah Mihrullah Hamad, the governor of this province, the heads of various provincial departments and local officials of the Red Crescent Society, held a meeting to improve matters and deal with the problems of the clients in timely and manner. In this meeting, Mr. Dalawar called the Afghan Red Crescent Society a humanitarian, independent and national charity association, and added that the employees of this center must fulfill their responsibility with full sincerity and honesty, because they are both responsible for Allah Almighty and people. Mullah Aminullah Ubaid, the governor of Kabul, met and talked with a number of Shia scholars and leaders in the province office. In this meeting, the participants, while appreciating the function and efforts of the officials, shared their problems and suggestions with the provincial authorities. On the other hand, Mullah Aminullah Ubaid assured them, while listening to their problems, that the mentioned problems will be solved and dealt with as much as possible. A large fresh milk processing center at a cost of $100,000 was opened in Daman district of Kandahar province, with the presence of Maulawi Sadr Azam Usmani, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says that this center was built with the financial assistance of a private company, which has the capacity of processing 10,000 kilograms of milk in 24 hours. This was all for tonight. Thank you for watching. Hello, good evening, and welcome to the Southwest News with me, Morian. Moulay Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, met with a number of dry fruit traders. In this meeting, the participating businessmen, while providing for information on the export of dry fruits to foreign countries, especially India and United Arab Emirates, requested the leadership of the Islamic Emirate to remove banking restrictions, facilitate issuance of Indian visas, allocate land for them, and removal of the additional tax on dry fruits transit. On the other hand, while listening to their problems, the political deputy of the Prime Minister assured which will deal with their problems and suggestions. The Islamic Emirate says that efforts are being made to ensure long-term prosperity and economic stability in the region at the Moscow format meeting. According to the deputy of the spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, a delegation led by Minister of Foreign Affairs, Moulay Amir Khan Muttaqi, has gone to Russia to participate in the 6th meeting of the Moscow format. At the same time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia has also announced that the priority of this meeting is to strengthen and expand interaction of the countries in the region and with the Islamic Emirate. Our colleague reports.
The delegation of the Islamic Emirate, led by Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi, Minister of Foreign Affairs, went to Russia to participate in the Moscow format meeting. The deputy spokesperson of the Islamic Emirate says that this meeting is expected to contribute to the economic prosperity and stability of the region.
We consider this a good development, and we emphasize that the cooperation and support of regional countries with Afghanistan should be in their role to pave the way for economic prosperity in the region, to ensure security and stability in the region. Mr. Muttaqi is supposed to meet with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, Sergei Lavrov, and talk about bilateral issues. And tomorrow, on October 4, he'll participate in the format meeting in Moscow.
At the same time, the spokesperson of the Russian Foreign Ministry also said that the priority of the 6th meeting of the Moscow format is to strengthen and expand the interaction of the countries of the region with the Islamic Emirate in the political, economic, fight against terrorism, and the field of against drugs. The priority of the 6th meeting of the Moscow format is to strengthen the process of the national reconciliation in Afghanistan and to expand the interaction of the countries of the region with the Islamic Emirate in the political, economic, anti-terrorism, and anti-drugs fields. At the same time, some experts consider the participation of the delegation of the Islamic Emirate in this meeting as important and emphasize the interaction of the countries of the region with the Islamic Emirate.
We hope that the members of the representatives of different countries participate in this session without considering the pressures of some superpower countries and regional and global strategic issues regarding the current political and economic situation of the people and our country. Afghanistan is an important and prominent country in the region. In this session of the Moscow format, which is discussed between the countries of the region on political, economic, commercial, cultural, and other issues, the participation of the Islamic Emirate is important for both Islamic Emirate and the world.
The 5th meeting of the Moscow format was held in the month of May last solar year, with the presence of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate. This meeting is scheduled to be held in Moscow on Friday, with the presence of Foreign Minister Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi and representatives of Russia, India, China, Iran, Pakistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan.
Mullah Nuruddin Turabi, the General Director of the National Disaster Preparedness Department, met with officials of the International Organization for Migration, or IOM. In this meeting, the officials of this organization, while talking about various issues, they also pledged to implement 12 retaining wall construction projects in Paktia province. Two cooperation memorandum of understanding worth more than $1 million have been signed between the Ministry of Immigrants and Attorneys and Wadan and Norwegian institutes. The Ministry of Immigrants Affairs says that, according to these agreements, this amount of money will be used for the construction of permanent shelters and the provision of solar electricity, house rent, and beekeeping training for immigrants in 8 provinces of the country. The informative session and identification of the challenges of fresh fruit and vegetable trader in Lugar province was held by the head of the chambers of commerce of this province, with the presence of the officials from the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, Industry and Commerce, the deputy of the country's chambers and commerce, local officials, religious scholars, national traders, and farmers in Lugar. The officials mentioned the economic and political problems as one of the legacies of the previous government, and said that the Islamic Emirate is working towards stability and economic independence. Our colleague reports.
This hearing session that was held by the local chambers of commerce, in which deputy ministers, local officials, religious scholars, national businessmen and farmers participated. In this session, the local officials of Lugar informed neighboring countries about the export of 150 tons of fresh fruits and vegetables per day from this province, and called the lack of proper marketing and standard cold storage facilities as one of the serious problems of farmers in this province.
Our demand from the traders is that, for the sake of Lugar farmers, if the seeds are good, it means they are good for the protection of agriculture and these greenhouses. Our demand from the central government is to build a factory for the deprived people, by organizations or by itself.
Also, the Deputy Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that the officials of the Islamic Emirate consider the independence, economic stability and progresses of the country as one of their work priorities and are working in this direction.
The elders of the Islamic Emirate are fully committed to the stability, security, independence and self-sufficiency of Afghanistan. And most importantly, this independence is a priority for the elders of the Islamic Emirate.
At the same time, the political deputy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the country called the economic and political problems one of the legacies left by the previous governments, and says that good progress has been made with the limited resources of the country's internal revenues.
If you give money to the government, by whatever name you name it, it will not go to waste. It will be used by these people in the development of the country.
This hearing meeting and identification of the challenges of fresh fruit and vegetable traders of Lugar was held in this province, while 80% of the people of this province are engaged in agriculture.
The Afghan Red Crescent Society says that a special committee was appointed in a joint coordination meeting between Sheikh Shahabdin Dilawar, the head of the institution, and the central leaders, with the aim of reclaiming the usurped lands of the Afghan Red Crescent Society. In this meeting, Mr. Dilawar emphasized on the regulation of income from real estate, provision of equipment needed by the employees of this institution, and development of the humanitarian services to citizens. Sheikh Mohammed Qasim Khaled, governor of Nimruz, met with the delegation of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce sent from the center and some businessmen of this province. In this meeting, the participants talked about the problems of the national merchants and asked the leaders of the Islamic Emirate to solve these problems. On the other hand, Sheikh Mohammed Qasim Khaled said that the provincial authority is trying to provide the necessary facilities to traders and has taken the necessary steps in this regard. The Ministry of National Defense has graduated 61 employees of the ministry after receiving military training from the camp, academy and headquarters of Hazrat Budjana bin Kharsa of the National Defense University of Hazrat Abu Ubaidah bin Jarrah during the ceremony. According to this ministry, the graduates declared their full readiness to serve the people and sacrifice for the Islamic system. The Ministry of Education announces the start of the construction of Firdausi School with 10 million Afghanis in Balkh province. The ministry says that the school will be built in a Firdausi in Qalim Bafan areas of Nahar al-Shahid district of Balkh province. According to this ministry, this school with 6 classes, the other facilities will be built by charitable organizations. This was all for tonight. Thank you for watching.
You are not
Hello, good evening, and welcome to this hour's news with me.
Well, that's it. You shouldn't be getting any king. We're going to see where you will. You shouldn't be getting any king. We're going to see where you will. Just that, shoot it.
The general and problems of Afghan refugees living in those countries and cities. The Ministry of Refugee Affairs says that Khalil Rahman Haqqani emphasized on speed and transparency in the meeting, adding that efforts are being made to provide necessary passports and identity cards to Afghan migrants in those countries. Elders and influential people of the Gutankhil and Zadran tribes met with Khalil Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Refugees and Repatriation, to discuss the problems of the returnees in the fields of education, shelter, and job opportunities. During this meeting, Mr. Haqqani assured that the problems raised would be solved and emphasized national unity and solidarity among the ethnic groups living in the country. Dr. Muhammad Naeem, Commander of Islamic Emirates, Doha, and Ihsan Secretary of the Embassy attended the ceremony of the Republic of China.
We are not regular vetter units.
China's Embassy in Qatar. The ceremony was attended by senior Qatar officials, representatives of embassies and international organizations existing in the country, and civil society activists. A large public meeting was held in Samarkand province under the leadership of the Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs. Maulwi Muhammad Ali Jan Ahmad, the Minister of Coordination of Jargas and Tribal Affairs, local officials, tribal leaders, youth and scholars participated in this gathering. The Deputy of Coordination and Congregations and Tribal Affairs said that, according to the General Amnesty of the Islamic Emirates, we call upon all Afghans living abroad to come back. The doors of mercy are open to them, and everyone's right. Mr. Haqqani added that the nation should thank Allah and cooperate with us to strengthen this government. A scientific research seminar entitled The Position of Allama Mullah Ali Qari Hiravi in the Field of Islam and Muslims was held in Afghan Academy of Sciences.
You got warm to almost hot water coming into the jail on one side.
Qari Hiravi is not only a religious scholar and
the real shooting took place behind the return. No cops showed up in person.
We're troubleshooting it right now, watching the vials and the sensors on it.
And a source of pride for Afghanistan.
The real shooting took place behind the return. No cops showed up in person.
By the Afghans Academy of Sciences. And the message of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan was read out by Ihsan Khan, who highlighted the scientific, literary and cultural position of Allama Mullah Ali Qari Hiravi in Afghanistan and the world.
Allama Mullah Ali Qari
Hiravi has many works. The number of his works are 250 volumes.
Cheers.
Some are Miqat al-Fateh, the description of Mushkat al-Masabeh, the description of Fiqh al-Akbar, the rituals of Mullah Ali Qari, the description of Imam Abu Hanifa, and the translation of Al-Hanifiyya al-Jamalin, and
tactical
and etc.
A real shooting took place behind
affairs says that
we
Afghanistan
are not
has
Charlie
produced
Vetter units.
Scientific, cultural, and fighting personalities throughout history. He highlighted the services of Allama Hiravi in the growth and enrichment of Islamic sciences.
Muhaddis, great interpreter, Al-Allama Mullah Ali Qari al-Hiravi, who is this Imam, and Allama Nuruddin Bu al-Hassan Ali ibn Sultan Muhammad al-Hiravi was definitely an Imam.
Meanwhile, the head of the Academy of Sciences says that Allama Mullah Ali Qari Hiravi was not only a literary and cultural figure of Afghanistan, but most of the world's scholars have recognized his scientific personality.
He was a great person. Even the elders of his time said that no one has much education as this person in his time. He was a great person in religion. God
a real
has given
shooting
him
took
a
place
very great
behind
position.
Lucerno's. No
This person was
cops
from
showed
Herat,
up in person.
Qari Hiravi was born in the ancient city of Herat, Afghanistan. After spending his fruitful life teaching and spreading the rules of religion and writing valuable works, he passed away in the month of Shawwal, 1014 Hijri, at the age of 84, and was buried in Mecca.
The Planning and Policy Delegation of the first Deputy Minister of the Interior Affairs visited Bamyan Province, where they met with the Provincial Governor, Administrative and Special Officer, and a group of senior officials of this province, and discussed the issues of implementation of the plan, orders, and guidelines of the leadership of the Islamic Emirate. Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, the chief executive of the Afghan Electricity Company, met with the head of
A
the
real
77th
shooting took
Turkish
place
company
behind
and
Lucerno's.
discussed
No
investment
cops
and
showed
cooperation
up in
the
person.
solar, wind, and
We are not
power
that
energy
tall.
projects, including the Corpus power station. The head of the
We are
77th
not
Turkish company
Charlie
informed
Vetter
about the second project of
We are not
120
the fire
megawatt
department.
turbine and 200 megawatt wind power of Herat, and asked for cooperation in this regard. In return, the head of the Afghan Electricity Company assured full cooperation, adding that wind, gas, and solar power projects can prevent air pollution too. Many citizens say since the Islamic Emirate took power for the second time, national unity has been established in all provinces of the country.
I
in
am
addition to
a
overall
tactical
security.
asset computer
According to them,
system.
Afghans have now breathed a sigh of peace and are living in an atmosphere of brotherhood without any discrimination under the shadow of unified government, our colleague reports.
Although Afghans have longed for peace, security, national unity, a unified government, they are currently satisfied with national unity along with complete security.
Whatever, thanks for
With the
nothing.
arrival of elders of the Islamic Emirate, many positive changes have come to Panjshir province, which can be seen in terms of security, economic, social, cultural, health, and positive changes in every aspect. Between the families, there were problems and contradictions and enmity for 20 or 30 years. They have been resolved now, inshallah.
A number of countrymen say that they breathed a sigh of peace and prosperity and are living in an atmosphere of brotherhood, without any
Whatever,
discrimination
thanks for
under the
nothing.
shadow of the single government.
Whatever, thanks for nothing.
After the arrival of Islamic Emirate, prejudice and enmity have disappeared, and people treat each other with sincerity. Panjshir is one of the safest provinces of the country. There is no problem in Panjshir now.
They add that since the Islamic Emirate came to power for the second time, the citizens are happy and can move freely from one area to another, whenever they want.
In Afghanistan, the differences and quarrels between themselves have turned into friendship and brotherhood. We are very happy with Islamic Emirate.
A real shooting took place
We
behind
used to worry about
Lucerno's.
theft
No
and other
cops
things.
showed
Now
up
we don't
in
have
person.
to worry. Thank you. We enjoy home and life and traveling, and it is safe.
It's worth
Cheers.
mentioning that Iran's ambassador to Afghanistan and Iran's special representative for Afghanistan, Hassan Kazemi Qumi, in an interview with an Iranian media, criticized the way that the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is ruled and said that Afghanistan should end discrimination against ethnic, linguistic, and religious minorities, and was strongly denied by the Islamic Emirate.
This was all for tonight. Thank you for watching.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour news. I'm Salman Talat and this is RTA News. Today is the 1st of October 2024. Hafiz Ahmad Takal, Deputy Spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, reacting to the recent remarks of Hassan Kazemi Qumi, Iran's Special Representative for Afghanistan, saying that the Islamic Emirate has sovereignty over all the borders of Afghanistan and no one is threatened from Afghan territory. He added that the Islamic Emirate see Afghans as their own people and no one can discriminate against Afghans. Let's see more of this report.
The Minister of Foreign
We are
Affairs
not people on
responds
bikes.
to the recent statements of Iran's President's Special Envoy and Ambassador Hassan Kazemi Qumi said that the Islamic Emirate has complete sovereignty
temperature
over the entire
is
geography
different.
of Afghanistan and does not allow anyone to threaten others from this territory.
The security forces of the Islamic Emirate have control over the geography and borders of the country and do not let anyone to use the territory of Afghanistan against other countries or to threaten them from Afghanistan soil. During the last 3 years, the Islamic Emirate has been able to establish relations with neighboring countries, the region, and the world.
Mr. Takal adds that all the tribes living in Afghanistan are brothers, and no one is treated differently.
The Islamic Emirate regards all Afghans as its nation, and no one can discriminate against any Afghan. The rights of every citizen of the country are protected. Ethnic and linguistic differences do not matter. The Islamic Emirate aims to maintain national unity and unity in the country.
Speaking to an Iranian media outlet, Qumi asked Afghans to refrain from immigrating to Iran and emphasized that Afghans should be provided with education, work and treatments inside Afghanistan.
Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, and Muhammad Yunus Moman,
That
First Deputy
radio
Chamber of
program
Commerce
is not in
and
our area.
Investment, attended the 75th anniversary of the founding of China at the Chinese Embassy in Kabul. The Chamber of Commerce and Investment said that Mr. Moman emphasized trade cooperation between the two countries and invited the Chinese ambassador to Kabul to participate in the national and international exhibition of Imam Abu Hanifa. The economic deputy of the Prime Minister has announced the approval
See
of the
you
draft
later,
of the
Walmart.
liquid gas facility construction procedure and the revenue policy of the mining sector. Economic deputy says that according to this procedure, liquid gas sellers, all government and private companies will remove gas reserves from cities and crowded places. And according to this procedure, they will build new facilities. Economic deputy also states that this draft and in addition the mining sector revenue policy draft has been sent to the Economic Commission for approval. In the 7th session of the Cabinet of the Islamic Emirate, the delegation led by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development was entrusted with the task of creating facilities in the field of construction work licenses. Meanwhile, the spokesperson of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development says that the permission has been given to all those who have the legal documents of the place and carry out the work according to the urban plan. More details in report.
In Monday's meeting of the Cabinet, which was chaired by Mullah Muhammad Hassan Akhund, the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate, among other issues, the delegation with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development was given the task of providing
We are
facilities
not
in the
that
field
call.
of construction work permits.
Under the leadership of the Ministry of
I am
Housing
a
and Urban
tactical
Development, the
asset
delegation was
computer
entrusted
system.
with the task of preparing a comprehensive plan
We are
for
not the
creation of
microwave
facilities in
radio
the
on
field of
that bus.
construction affairs in the country, so that facilities are
A real
created
shooting
for the
took
people
place behind
and in a short time,
Lucerno's. No
obtaining work
cops
permit
showed up in
after
person.
authority verification.
According to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, permission has been given to those who
The
have legal
wind is
documents
good
to
for
start
power
the construction
generation.
work, and they are working according to the plan in this regard.
In the capital, city of Kabul, and all provinces, construction activities have been allowed. But of course, on the condition that we have the legal documents of the property and complete the planning process. Those who do not have legal documents of ownership, they are not allowed to carry out their
We are clear
construction work.
from
And those
radio
who have
units.
legal documents of land but want to carry out work against the plan, so these people are not allowed to work.
At the same time, the professionals want the Islamic Emirate to increase the construction works in the country and create more facilities in this area in order to provide employment opportunities to the people.
Compared to the past, there has been a lot of change in the field of construction. We hope that the Islamic Emirate leadership will create other facilities that will provide employment opportunities to the countrymen. On the one hand, it provides employment to the countrymen. On the other hand, It leads to
Culture,
the
identity,
development
Medicaid, for example, accident actors in Holly, Airs in Holly, EMC President Team, Fishery Working Out, UMS 1, 115.
Hello, how are you?
If the construction works continue, approximately 300
Yes, we have
to
many.
400 people will work in
A
each
real shooting
building.
took
This
place
decision of the
behind
cabinet is
Lucharno's.
made
No
at a
cops
time when
showed
some
up in
people
person.
have expressed their concern because of what they have called the restriction of construction works. But the Kabul municipality says that there is no obstacle in this regard, but on the condition that the property documents are up to date.
A meeting was held in Saripol province in continuation of the meeting for the stability of the Islamic government, the unity and integration of the people. The meeting was attended by Maulavi Muhammad Ali Jan Ahmad, Deputy Chairman of the Jirga of the Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs, local officials, community leaders, religious scholars, and many local residents. Mufti Taslimullah Haqqani, Head of Information and Public Relations of the Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs, presented information on the policies of the ministry and mentioned that this ministry is a bridge between the government and people, where people can solve their problems. 59 employees of various divisions and regional corps of the Ministry of National Defense graduated from the 3-month professional training course of different courses of Abdullah bin Masood, Command of Military Joint Training. In the graduation ceremony, the officials told the graduates to obey the orders of the leaders and avoid neglecting their duties in the light of the acquired education and principles. Meanwhile, the new graduates showed their readiness to serve the country in every corner of the country and added that they are bravely protecting their land.
You are not Heath.
The Kunar Disaster Preparedness Directorate distributed food and non-food aid to 100 local families who were displaced by the recent fighting in the border areas. According to local officials, the aid includes flour, rice, oil, and other essential items. The construction of 2 avenues worth 350,000 Afghanis has been completed in Qargai Bazaar and Sarkano area of Qargai district of Laghman province. According to Qari Khalid Sharifi, mayor of Qargai district, the cost of these avenues was paid by Qargai municipality, which was completed in 45 days.
We are not Delta Vector units.
That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching.
Career in jail, 1 female in the Bay Area, just 788,
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو
We are clear from radio units.
کور داد باتورانو کور
Name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Sulaiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is 30th of September 2024. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, political deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate, met with a number of tribal leaders of Charkh district of Logar province. In this meeting, the tribal leaders who came asked for the construction of schools in madrasas, roads and retaining walls in this district, and the solution to the problems of communication network in the mentioned area. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, expressed his gratitude to the tribal leaders. The political deputy of the Prime Minister added that the Islamic Emirate considers all Afghans equal and considers it their responsibility to serve all Afghans without discrimination. Maulavi Abdul Kabir assured these tribal leaders that their problems will be shared with the relevant institutions for the purpose of solving them. Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi, Foreign Minister, met with Haider Farman, head of Asian Olympic Sports Affairs and World Cyrus Federation, and his delegation. In this meeting, Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi recalled the progress of sports in the country and the recent successes of Afghanistan's national cricket and futsal teams, and asked the delegation to share the current situation and facts in Afghanistan with the world. On the other hand, Mr. Farman appreciated the support of the Islamic Emirate to Afghan athletes and promised to share the true picture of the state of sports in Afghanistan with the international sports organizations. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation and the Indonesian Embassy in Kabul signed a memorandum of understanding to support Afghan women. Officials of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation say that the main purpose of the agreement is to improve women's economic conditions and their ability to help their families. We have more in this report.
This is Miss from the Building Department. I was called in to request them. The Building Department. I was called in to request them.
We ask Allah Almighty to reward and to bless this project.
A
And once
real
again,
shooting
we would like to
took place
thank
behind Luciano's. No cops
Republic of
showed
Indonesia
up in person.
for their support, and we greatly appreciate being part of this noble cause. The OIC, represented by the Organization in Afghanistan, will implement the projects in coordination with the relevant ministries and agencies in Afghanistan.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
This project will support the empowerment of Afghan women in rural areas as well as in urban areas through livelihood projects. The overall aim is to enhance women's economic conditions and their ability to contribute to their families and to create sustainable developments of their communities.
You saw an impound vehicle's already green tag, it's already past the day it was supposed to be removed.
A meeting chaired by Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce, and attended by representatives of Kabul Municipality, Environmental Protection Department, and Ministry of Urban Development and Housing discussed the development of Polycharkhid Industrial Park.
For.
The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that a technical committee was appointed at the meeting to visit the site and examine its technical issues. In order to prevent hoarding and control the price of food items, employees of the Ministry of Propagation of Virtue, Prevention of Voice and Hearing Complaints monitored 352 markets and shops in 22 districts of Kabul. The employees of this ministry added during this monitoring while developing for businessmen regarding hoarding and price control that all businessmen observe justice when selling their goods and refrain from hoarding. It's worth mentioning that the employees of this ministry increased their efforts in the field of price control and prevention of hoarding after the approval of the law of the Ministry of Propagation of Virtue and Prevention of Voice. World Health Day was celebrated by the Ministry of Public Health in Kabul. During this gathering, the officials of the Ministry of Public Health said that 21% of deaths in Afghanistan are caused by heart disease, and the Islamic Emirate is committed to treating heart disease in addition to treating various diseases in the country. Let's see more in this report.
World Heart Day was celebrated by the Ministry of Public Health in Kabul.
Clear from
the Deputy
radio
of Health
units.
Services of the Ministry of Public Health said in his remarks on the occasion of International Heart Day that 21% of deaths in Afghanistan are caused by heart diseases.
The leadership of the Ministry of Public Health wishes all its international partners to continue working shoulder to shoulder with the Ministry of Public Health and providing quality health services to the people.
At the same time, the officials of the World Health Organization assure cooperation in prevention, control, and elimination of non-communicable diseases.
WHO is committed to extend full technical support to MOPH in their efforts to prevent, control, diagnose, manage, and treat non-communicable diseases, especially on cardiovascular.
The World Health Organization is trying to continue its cooperation with other countries in prevention, control, and elimination of non-communicable diseases in Afghanistan. On the other hand, some health experts say that since Islamic Emirate took power for the second time, the Ministry of Public Health has supported the health sector and provided them with opportunities to treat hot diseases and perform complex operations inside the country.
For cardiac operations, all the equipment needed was purchased. Unfortunately, 3 ASD and VSD cardiac operations were successfully performed in this hospital.
We are not that
The purpose of celebrating World Health Day is to raise awareness for people. Just one more. We want to tell the people of our society about their health, about its activity, value, and structure of health, and make them take care of it themselves.
Due to the low level of treatment for heart, cancer, and mental diseases in Afghanistan, every year thousands of Afghans went to foreign countries, especially Pakistan and India. Attention to this section increased, and currently operations for such diseases are carried out inside the country.
The Ministry of National Defense says that 22 military vehicles have been repaired and ready for use by the officials of the Technical Directorate of the 5th Brigade of the 313th Central Corps in Maidan Wardak province. The ministry said that the repaired vehicles include 19 Rangers, 2 armored tanks, and 1 ambulance, and they are ready to use after repair. The Kabul police chief says that a factory of wine was discovered and destroyed in the city. The press office of the Kabul police chief said that 100 liters of wine were seized and the operation and 3 employees of the factory were also arrested by the 4th district. The construction of a water supply network worth more than 4 million Afghans in Ghazni province was completed and inaugurated. The Ministry of Rural Rehabilitation and Development says that the network was built with the financial support of BHA, Humanitarian Assistance, through the Rural Rehabilitation and Development Directorate, which has provided safe drinking water to 900 families. The Disaster Preparedness Directorate of Paktia province distributed food and non-food aid to 10 families affected by the recent storms in Dandipatan district of the province. According to local officials, the aid includes flour, rice, oil, sugar, beans, and a number of other items. In another initiative in Daikundi province, food was distributed to 357 displaced families and those affected by natural disasters by the province's Disaster Preparedness Directorate. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night.
We may have to make a telephone call. See you later on the radio program.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is 29th of September 2024. The Afghans living in the countries where the Afghan embassies have been closed welcome the decision of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, according to which they are trying to reactivate their embassies and those countries through diplomatic means. According to them, they will be able to solve their problems and have access to their rights. More details in report.
A number of countrymen living abroad praised the decision of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which tries to solve consular services in Western and European countries through diplomatic means. According to them, all their problems will be solved with this.
Any decision that solves the problems of the ordinary people is commendable. Unfortunately, Afghan immigrants abroad are facing various problems. One of these problems is that the process of asylum, education, business, marriage, divorce, identity card, passport after birth of the child, even employment. The job depends on the documents that are issued by the diplomatic branches of Afghanistan.
Likewise, international relations experts say that while the representative office of Afghanistan are closed in a number of countries, the Islamic Emirate should find alternative ways to solve the problems of Afghans in their area.
The Islamic Emirate should work on alternative ways, as it had said that it is working in this area, so that there are no problems for a resident of Afghanistan and they have access to their rights. It is a good step. It is done on the side of the world for its citizens, and the people are reassured and their credit increases to the Emirate. On the other hand, the problem of Afghans are also solved abroad. It is a good action and function.
At the same time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs says that it is continuing the talk with the countries that represent Afghanistan to resume consular services in a form that is acceptable to both sides.
As it was mentioned in the Vienna Convention that consular services are not related to recognition, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs believes that connecting consular issues with political issues not only creates problems, but also violates people's rights. We continue so that consular services can be started in a way that is acceptable to the parties and has a principled form.
In the Vienna Convention, countries are called upon not to associate consular services with officials' recognition and political affairs so that the rights of citizens are not violated.
Maulvi Nur Jalal Jalali, Minister of Public Health, in a meeting with Kawabina Ashanti, the head of the UNFPA organization for Afghanistan, discussed the construction of health centers in the areas out of health coverage, the expansion of these services to the established health centers, the capacity building of health personnel, and providing special health services for mother and child. In this visit, the Minister of Public Health said that he is trying to provide the best health services to the people out of health coverage and residents of remote areas. The economic deputy of the Prime Minister says that in the current year 2024, various domestic and foreign companies have shown interest in investing in infrastructure, electricity, telecommunication, transport, agriculture, industry, mining, and health sectors worth $5,348,000,000. Furthermore, economic analysts believe that now more than ever before, investment in Afghanistan has been made better, and such large-scale investment will speed up the country's economic development and provide employment to thousands of people. We have more in this report.
The economic deputy prime minister says that the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan strongly supports all domestic and foreign companies that want to invest in Afghanistan. The region, the Arab League, and the large companies of Western countries have shown interest in investing more than $5 billion in the infrastructure, electricity, telecommunications, transport, agriculture, industry, mining, and health sectors. It is in the field of urban development and electronic governance. Furthermore, economic analysts believe that such a large investment by domestic and foreign investors will speed up the country's economic system and reduce the unemployment rate.
Internal and external investors are interested in Afghanistan, and this is a good news. And it can have an impact on the economy of Afghanistan. Besides this, it can play a role in lowering the level of unemployment, which unfortunately a number of our people spend their lives with unemployment. In life of 40 million Afghans brings positive changes, from 1.5 to 3%.
We may have
The
to make
overall
a
analysis
telephone
is
call.
that the Islamic Emirate provides more investment facilities to all domestic and foreign companies, and investments are made in Afghanistan in different sectors. As a result, the economy of the people will be developed, and Afghanistan will have a self-sufficient economy.
The construction of nearly 13 kilometers of road worth
is
more
not
than
bloody
48
here
million
at my
Afghans
current
started in
vector.
Badghis province in the presence of Mullah Muhammad Yunus Akhon, Minister of Rural Rehabilitation and Development. The Ministry of Rural Rehabilitation and Development says that the road will be built from the ministry's development budget, which will provide jobs for hundreds of people and solve transportation problems for residents. The ministry added that the Minister of Rural Rehabilitation and Development also visited the construction of the reservoir dam in Qadis district and directed the officials to complete the construction of the dam on time. Mullah Khairullah Khairkhwa, Minister of Information and Culture, met journalists and media officials and heard their problems during his visit to Herat province. Mr. Khairkhwa assured to solve their problems and asked them to appoint a representative to solve these problems. He emphasized that the media should present programs to the people about the country's developments in various fields. Maulavi Qudratullah Jamal, Deputy Minister of Tourism of the Ministry of Information and Culture, met with the members of PTS, the International Training Organization, and discussed skills training and capacity building in the field of tourism. In this meeting, the officials of the organization, while appreciating the functions and activities of the ministry, added that the organization is ready to hold a 3-week training course for employees of the ministry's tourism and hotel department. On the other hand, Maulavi Qudratullah Jamal said, with the rule of the Islamic Emirate, security is ensured throughout the country, and foreign and domestic tourists can safely visit the historical and ancient sites of Afghanistan. The meeting on stability of the Islamic government, cohesion and ensuring national unity was held by the Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs with the participation of local officials in Jowzjan province. In this meeting, the participants, while appreciating the work and achievements of the Islamic Emirate, demanded the implementation of development and construction projects, including the construction of roads, bridges, schools, and providing jobs for the youth in their areas. The Afghan Red Crescent Society says that Kyrgyzstan has donated 120 tons of food to Afghanistan. According to the information of this association, those donations include 90 tons of flour, 16 tons of sugar, and 15 tons of cooking oil, which were handed over to the Afghan Red Crescent Society delegation by the presence of the representatives of both countries. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night.
We are not under radio controls. A real shooting took place between the churners. No cops showed up in person. We are not Yes, the tactical asset system is active.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to Research News with me, Morian. The Islamic Emirate, in response to Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif's remarks, rejected his statements about the presence of terrorist groups in Afghanistan and continued to emphasize the mutual acceptance among the neighboring countries. Earlier, the Pakistani Prime Minister claimed at the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly that some groups and terrorist groups present in Afghanistan and they are carrying out actions against neighboring countries from Afghanistan. Our colleague reports.
Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif has called on Afghanistan to take serious action against terrorist groups.
No cops
Shahbaz Sharif said that some groups are present in Afghanistan and carry out movement against neighboring countries from Afghanistan's territory.
The Afghan interim government would respect
human rights, including the rights of women and girls, and promote political inclusion. In particular, the interim government must take effective action to
But the Islamic Emirate denies these claims, saying it considers the claims to be baseless and stresses that the Islamic Emirate will not allow any group to use Afghanistan's territory against other countries.
We support and welcome all positive policies of neighboring countries. Afghanistan is not a danger or threat to anyone. We do not allow foreign groups to operate in Afghanistan, and we do not allow anyone to threaten others from Afghanistan.
Similarly, some experts say that no military groups have bases in Afghanistan, and countries should not be afraid of Afghan territory.
The position of the Prime Minister of Pakistan in the United Nations General Assembly cannot be justified legally, but every country needs to focus on the challenges that exist in the peaceful dialogue and the leadership. Even though they have regular troops, they couldn't solve the issue of TTP, and they created a ground for it in their own land to control this issue by the troops of this country. So far, their own troops, and they are playing games with their own people in the world to confuse the world, especially the United States and the international community, in order to attract the aid they have used in the case of Afghanistan.
The country's security officials have repeatedly said that there are no responsible groups in Afghanistan, and that neighboring countries and the region should be assured that Afghanistan's territory will not be used against them.
A high-ranking delegation of the Islamic Emirate, led by Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, Minister of Mines and Petroleum, has participated in the country's energy forum during his visit to Russia. Hamayin Afghan, the spokesman of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum, said that the meeting was attended by the Russian President Vladimir Putin, senior officials of this country, officials of the energy sector of 55 countries, and many officials of large international companies. On the sidelines of the meeting, Mr. Badri met with the officials of some international companies and invited them to invest in Afghanistan's oil and gas. Nur Nazizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, visited the work of contractors of the Ghorian iron mine in Herat. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that Bakhtar Folad and Wafi Bahram companies have also planned to produce 5.5 megawatt of solar power at a Ghorian iron mine in Herat province. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia wrote in a newsletter that the representatives of Russia, China, Iran, and Pakistan have reached the conclusion after the four-way meeting between these countries that there is no solution in Afghanistan without dialogue and cooperation with the authorities of the Islamic Emirate. The spokesman of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan welcomed the outcome of this meeting and said that the Islamic Emirate is the only country and military that can maintain security and stability in the country.
We are not the microwave radio.
The foreign ministers of Russia, China, Iran, and defense minister of Pakistan held a quadrilateral meeting on Afghanistan on the silence of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. The foreign ministers of Iran and Russia have said in separate newsletters that the participating parties compared their approach to solving the Afghan issue and emphasized that there is no alternative to establishing respectful mutual dialogue and relations with the current Afghan authorities.
The world and the countries of the region finally understand the facts about Afghanistan, and the place of happiness is that the countries of Russia, China, Iran, and Pakistan, which are the countries involved in the Afghan issue, have understood that the only solution to the relations and solving the problems is dialogue and cooperation with Islamic Emirate.
The Islamic Emirate considers the interaction with the acting government to be effective in strengthening the stability of the region and welcomes the result of this quadrilateral meeting.
The countries, the region, and the neighboring countries should interact with the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, and this interaction can greatly improve regional security and also increase stability and economic prosperity. The countries of the region understood this, and their recent statements show the same point.
On the other hand, Rashid Muradov, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkmenistan, says that for the security of the region, cooperation with the people of Afghanistan should be done. A speech at the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, he said that the world should help in solving humanitarian problems in Afghanistan.
In the regional dimension, the most important aspect of ensuring security is cooperation in the Afghan direction and support for the people of Afghanistan in their aspirations to begin peaceful, constructive work to rebuild the economy and social sphere and solve humanitarian problems.
Some experts also believe that the regional and extra-regional countries have no way but to interact with the Islamic Emirate.
We hope that they will act according to what they have said, and these countries will interact with the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan and have good economic, commercial, political and cultural relations. I hope that they will discuss interaction based on the preservation of national interests, not the strategic adjustment of their political interest in the government.
This is why earlier Bakhtiar Saidov, the Foreign Minister of Uzbekistan, called Afghanistan an integral part of Central Asia and emphasized that the key to stability and sustainable development of regional lies in solving the Afghanistan issue.
Mawla Habibullah Agha, Minister of Education, during his visit to Kunar province, laid the foundation stone of construction of a school building in a Sagir area of the center of this province in the presence of Ministers of Public Health and Communications. Mawlawi Habibullah Agha said in a related ceremony that he is trying to provide education for the children of poor and deprived areas of the country. This school will be built at a cost of about 18 million Afghanis, through which about 400 students will be provided education. The Ministry of Energy and Water says that the construction of a water canal worth $91,000 has started in Jogtu district of Maidan-Wardak province. According to the information of this ministry, this canal, which is 1,100 meters long, is being built at a financial expense of the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. The Ministry of Rural Rehabilitation and Development announces the completion of a dam at a cost of 15 million Afghans in Parwan district. The ministry says that this dam, which has a length of 8.5 meters, a 30-meter canal and 40-meter retaining wall, has the capacity to irrigate 1,005 acres of agricultural land. This project has been implemented by the Ministry of Rural Rehabilitation and Development with a budget of Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Interior Affairs says that the anti-narcotic police of Baghlan province found 43 kilograms of hashish in a car in an investigative operation in a security checkpoint of Bolkhumri city and arrested the person in connection with it. The Ministry of Interior Affairs says that the narcotic police have gathered 40 drug addicts in Farah, 7 in Baghlan, 6 in Lagman, 5 in Katika, and 3 in Kapisa. They collected them and sent them to the health centers. The ministry also says that the Ghazni narcotic police has also released 28 drug addicts who were previously collected and admitted to their families by the responsible committee.
We don't care about
This was all for tonight. Thank you for watching.
ساتوی پسرو وینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is 27th of September 2024. Deputy Minister of Information and Culture visited Logar Information and Culture Department. Maulavi Hayatullah Mahajir Farahi, Deputy Minister of Information and Culture, Qari Muhammad Yusuf Ahmadi, General Director of National Radio and Television, and a number of other officials visited the Provincial Information and Culture Department of Logar Province. Rafiullah Samin, Logar Information and Culture Director, briefed on the achievements and activities of the department and shared his problems and suggestions with Mr. Farahi. On the other hand, Mr. Farahi appreciated the efforts and services of Logar Information and Culture Department and assured that their problems and suggestions will be addressed. The second phase of the Kabul steel smelter in Herat province was inaugurated by Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce, at a cost of $18 million. The second phase of the Kabul steel factory will have a daily production capacity of 700 tons of
a
skewers.
tactical asset computer system.
The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that Nuruddin Azizi, the minister of this ministry, during his visit to Herat province, inaugurated the construction of an egg production and packaging company in Zindajan district of this province. According to this ministry, this company will be completed in 2 months with an investment of $2,500,000. The Ministry of Energy and Water says that the service and design of Panjshir River water transfer project to Kabul has been completed and sent to the leadership of the Islamic Emirate for approval. The Deputy Minister of the ministry adds that with the construction of Shatut and Gulbahar dams along the Panjshir River, the problems of electricity, including drinking water, will be solved in Kabul and some provinces. We have more details in this report.
The Deputy Minister of Energy and Water says that the survey and design of the Panjshir River water transfer project to Kabul has been completed. And after the decision of the leadership of the Islamic Emirate, the practical work of this great project will begin. Mr. Akhundzadeh adds that the construction works of Gulbahar and Surubi 2 dams have been started in order to transfer clean water to Kabul.
The design of Kabul Panjshir project has been designed with the capacity of our internal engineers. And later, the cabinet has also confirmed this matter. The Kabul Panjshir project has been sent to the leader of the Islamic Emirate for approval so that it can be approved by him. Inshallah, we will start the Kabul Panjshir project.
On the other hand, the residents of Kabul city are complaining about the lack of clean water in their areas, saying that the government should take quick steps to provide drinking water in their citizens.
There is lack of water. We bring water on our shoulders from about 200 meters from above. After a long time waiting in the lines, we wait in line until it's our turn to get drinking water. We want from the government to fix water tubes and provide water to us. Then we will be happy.
It should be noted that 2 cubic meters of water from the Panjshir River to Kabul have been surveyed, through which 2 million people will benefit from clean drinking water.
3 people were killed and nearly 100 houses were completely and partially destroyed in heavy rains and floods in Nangarhar province. The National Disaster Management Directorate of Nangarhar province said that the floods hit Kuchnar and Shewat districts of Nangarhar province, killing 3 people and destroying nearly 100 houses. According to the department, the survey has been launched to provide assistance in coordination with institutions in the province.
A real shooting took place
Sheikh Mohammed Qasim Khalid, governor of Nimruz province, met with the members of the health committee and reviewed their works reports. In this meeting, the members of the health committee of Nimruz shared their achievements and problems with Sheikh Mohammed Qasim Khalid. The governor of Nimruz, while promising to solve their problems, advised this committee to supervise all health centers and prevent the expensive sale of medicines in private pharmacies. Maulavi Abdullah Sarhadi, the governor of Bamiyan province, supervised the progress of the Gandakotal mine project. The press office of Bamiyan province says that the governor of this province visited the process of mining Gandakotal mine, the camp and the loading site of the mine in Yakawalang district, and emphasized to the officials of the contractor company to complete the mining of this mine according to the contract. Officials of the Ministry of Public Health say that in all provinces of the country, efforts have been made to standardize health services in cooperation with relevant international organizations. Meanwhile, some citizens are happy with these health services but ask for more standardization of health services at the remote areas and districts. Let's see more in this report. Officials of the Ministry of Public Health say that since the Islamic Emirate took power for the second time, the health services have improved compared to the past, and efforts have been made to work with the support of the relevant institutions to improve the quality of health services in the remote areas and districts of the country.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has been good so far. Services have increased. Coverage and access to health services have increased. More than 350 new health centers have been established. This is because the service quality has been improved and the coverage has also been improved. Various international organizations are also engaged in this field, and we are trying to standardize these services through our internal budget and international aid. A number of health officials point out the reasons for the improvement of health services compared to the past, the appointment of professional health workers in this field.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's no
Let's take a look
cops
at the
showed up
village
in
and health
person.
services in Afghanistan. It's very clear that all the doctors, nurses, and hospital working in the medical sector are available 24 hours a day. One of the duties of a person, whether it's a religious duty or a worldly duty, is to arrange the necessary services as much as possible.
On the other hand, some citizens are happy with the health services of the Ministry of Public Health and ask for better health services in remote areas and districts.
Health services in Kunduz province are good and standard, but in the district, especially in the village, people are dissatisfied with the health services.
A tactical asset computer system.
I request the government itself to focus more on the districts and remote areas so that the people will get good access to health services.
According to information of the Ministry of Public Health, currently there are more than
We are not
4,000
Delta
new
Vector
health centers
units.
in the country that provide health services to citizens. And the final one is that the Imam Bukhari orphanage building was inaugurated by a Turkish welfare foundation in Sharana, the capital of Paktika province, at a cost of $500,000. The orphanage also provides religious and modern education for 500 orphans. That's all for tonight. Stay with us to stay updated. Thank you so much for watching.
The wind is good for power generation.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدان کور داد باتوران کور داد باتوران کور داد باتوران کور داد باتوران کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدان کور داد کور داد باتوران کور.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is 26th of September 2024. Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, Minister of Mines and Petroleum, led a delegation to Russia. The spokesman of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum said that the purpose of the minister's visit was to participate in the 7th exhibition of the Russian International Energy Forum. Humayun Afghan added that Mullah Hidayatullah Badri will meet with Russian businessmen and companies on the sidelines of the exhibition.
The
More
wind
details
is good
in the
for
report.
power generation.
The European Union announced 146 million euros in aid to Afghans. The Commissioner for International Cooperation of the European Union said that this aid will be used to help displaced and returnees in Afghanistan along with women and children. At the same time, the officials of the Ministry of Economy welcome these donations, but they want the donor organizations to provide assistance in the basic development projects along with humanitarian aid.
The Ministry of Economy of the Islamic Emirate welcomes the aid provided by the European Union to the people of Afghanistan. Our demand from the aid organizations of the international community is that the aid to the people of Afghanistan should continue. It should not be humanitarian, but it should be taken
real shooting
into
took
account
place
in the
behind
development
Lucerno's
and
no cops
infrastructure
showed
sector
up in person.
so that poverty can be completely eradicated in Afghanistan.
Economic analysts say that international aid should be used according to a regular mechanism. These areas should not only reduce the level of poverty, but also provide job opportunities for the people.
For this humanitarian aid, a mechanism and system should be created to provide urgent help to the people who need it, and it should be spent in those areas that provide jobs for the people of Afghanistan and provide them with economic benefits, and they should be given jobs in the economic sector.
The European community has also provided assistance in education, health, agriculture, economic empowerment, fulfilling the basic needs and providing life facilities in Afghanistan.
Mullah Khairullah Khairkhwa, Minister of Information and Culture, visited Herat province with a delegation. Department of Information and Culture of Herat province says that the purpose of this visit was to open projects, visit the works of the restoration of historical monuments, and hand over medical equipment to the regional hospital of this province. A technical meeting was held between the National Disaster Preparedness Agency and JACA Association. The National Disaster Preparedness Agency said that in this meeting, in addition to providing training workshops to the employees of this institution in Turkey and Japan, they also discussed the purchase of necessary technical equipment for the National Disaster Preparedness Agency. For development projects worth more than $151,000 have started in Kapisa province. The Ministry of Energy and Water says the projects include the Gabian wall of the Sheikh Ab Canal and its stone wall, the dam, the strengthening of the coast, and the cleaning of the Deh Babi and Siddiqui canals. The European Union provides 146 million euros aid to Afghanistan. European Union said that this aid will be used to strengthen the basic infrastructure for Afghans and to fulfill their basic needs. At the same time, the officials of the Ministry of Economy welcome these donations, but they want the international community to help in basic and development projects along with humanitarian aid. Let's see more in this report.
Mullah Hidayat Labadi, Minister of Mines and Petroleum, has left for Russia on a 3-day official visit. The spokesman of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum said that the purpose of this visit was to participate in the 7th exhibition of the Russian International Energy Forum.
During this trip,
Maulavi Hidayatullah Badri will participate in the 7th Russian International Energy Exhibition and will also meet with a number of Russian investors and large companies during this 3-day trip to attract investment and develop Afghanistan's oil and gas.
Meanwhile, some economic experts consider the visit of the minister's delegation to be effective in attracting investment in the mining sector.
The participation of the Minister of Mine in the International Energy Meeting of Russia in order to cooperate with the countries of the world to invest in the mining of Afghanistan will be very important. The more the exchange between the government of the region and the world with Afghanistan increase, if the ambassadors, ministers and heads of departments show opportunities to the businessmen of those countries, they will be equally interested to cooperate in the investment sector in Afghanistan.
Mullah Hidayatullah Badri had previously visited Turkmenistan, where he had signed several contracts with Turkmen officials in various sectors.
The Bamiyan Police Headquarters announced the repair and preparation of a large number of tanks of this headquarters. The press office of the Bamiyan Police Chief said that the purpose of repairing these military equipment was to ensure better security for the people of Bamiyan province and strengthen the operational capacity of the security forces of the province. Cooperation agreements worth nearly $9 million have been signed between the Ministry of Refugees and Repatriation and a number of non-Emirate agencies. The Ministry of Refugees and Repatriation has said that cooperation agreements worth $8,972,466 have been signed between this ministry and several domestic and foreign institutions.
radio
According to these
program is
agreements,
not us.
this money will be spent on the construction of greenhouses, schools, and social centers, the construction and reconstruction of shelters for refugees, the distribution of boilers and solar panels, and cash assistance
A
to the
real
needy
shooting took
people.
place behind Luch.
The
You
National
cannot control-
Development Company has said that the works of Tore Dam in Zabul province have been completed
See you
and
later,
it's scheduled to be put
104
into
radio
use
program.
today in a series of ceremonies. The company adds that this dam has the capacity to store 2.9 million cubic meters of water, irrigate 560 hectares of agricultural land, and generate 61 kilowatts of electricity. And the final one is that the construction of a water supply network in Kalandar district of Coast province was completed and put into use at a cost of nearly $40,000 with the financial assistance of the NRC office through the Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department. According to local officials, tens of workers have been provided with jobs during the construction of this network, and 300 local families have access to safe drinking water. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night.
Okay, what unit's name, individual?
A real shooting took place behind Lucharno's. No cops showed up in person.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is 25th of September 2024. Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesperson of the Islamic Emirate in response to the 79th session of the United Nations Assembly, asked the international community and countries to interact with the Islamic Emirate. According to Mr. Mujahid, Afghans in the world need positive interaction, and interaction with Afghanistan is in the interest of all, through which we all can find a solution to the problems. Let's see more in this report.
Islamic Emirate spokesman Zabihullah Mujahid says that the world should interact with Afghanistan, and according to him, it will be possible to solve the common international problems by giving satisfaction to both sides.
The world and countries should have a good interaction with Afghanistan. And based on this interaction, we can find solutions to some of the existing problems. And Afghans also need a good interaction with the world and countries. The United Nations must do its duty properly in this field. And it must also leave the current position that does not allow Afghanistan to move forward in order to have relations with other countries.
In addition, political analysts called interaction with Islamic Emirate in the current situation as an international necessity and for the good of all parties. According to them, the world's interaction with Kabul has a positive effect on the stability of the region.
Cooperation with Afghanistan is beneficial, and its biggest benefit is good for Asia and Europe. And stability in Afghanistan is good for Asia and Europe. And cooperation with Afghanistan is their obligation. In short, interaction with Afghanistan is good for them.
In the 79th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations, held on Monday in New York, the representatives of a number of countries emphasized the continuation of humanitarian aid and cooperation with Afghanistan.
Qaridin Muhammad Hanif, Minister of Economy, met with the Qatar Embassy advisor in Kabul. The Minister of Economy said that in this meeting, they focused on developing economic relations and expanding bilateral cooperation. Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, Minister of Mines and Petroleum, met with Iranian government representatives Ahmad Mohseni and representatives of 6 Iranian mining companies to discuss investment in Afghanistan's mineral resources. During the meeting, representatives of Iranian companies expressed interest in investing Afghanistan's iron, coal, and oil mines and promised to launch specialized training courses for engineers of this ministry. Sheikh Nur Mohammad Saqib, Minister of Hajj and Religious Affairs, met with the local officials in Kunar province during a visit. In this meeting, Sheikh Nur Mohammad Saqib assured local officials of cooperations in the construction of mosques, increasing the share of pilgrims, developing classes, and other sectors. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that they have sold 70,000 crates of emerald worth $5.5 million from the emerald mine of Panjshir province, and the extraction of emeralds from this mine is still going on. On the other hand, a number of residents of the province are happy with the mining of emeralds in this province and say that all workers in this mine are from Panjshir province and they take 90% of the extracted emeralds benefit and only 10% is paid to the government treasury. We have more in this report.
Almost a year ago, according to the decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, the extraction of emerald mine of Panjshir province was given to domestic businessmen. According to the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum, they have distributed 570 work permits for the purpose of mining emeralds in Panjshir province, and so far, they have sold 70,000 carats of emerald extracted from this mine through open competition.
Since the beginning of this process, about 70,000 carats of emerald, worth $5.5 million have been sold through free and transparent bidding, of which only 10% is in the Islamic Emirates, and the remaining percent is the 9 workers' share.
Panjshir emeralds, which have good customers in the international market, were illegally extracted in the past, where neither the government nor the civilians benefited. But since the illegal mining of this mine has started, a resident of Panjshir says that jobs have been provided for more than 15,000 people, and 90% of the revenue goes to the pockets of the residents of the mentioned province.
From 100%, the government takes 10%, and the other 90% belongs to the buyer. Transparency is fully established, and we and the people are satisfied with it. In the past, it was illegal, but now, thank God, emeralds are sold legally, and they are sold in public, in the presence of people.
At the same time, Panjshir Province Mines and Petroleum Department says that Panjshir's emerald extraction is going on well, and most of the workers engaged in the mine are local people of this province.
Most of the extracted emeralds benefit the miner themselves. Most of them are from Panjshir. Other provinces residents also get work permits, and they are working. And they also found emeralds, but most of them are from Panjshir itself.
Furthermore, the Association of Exporters of Precious and Semi-Precious Stones of Afghanistan says that with the arrival of Islamic Emirate, the level of export of precious and semi-precious stones to international market has increased, and if the Islamic Emirate has contracts for the extraction of other precious stone mines in the country, such as Panjshir, and it is given to the private sector, besides providing jobs to people, good revenue will also come to the government treasury.
Our request is to give the order and permission to extract things alike by people so that they can start working like Panjshir in the whole Afghanistan and have legal work related to the extraction of mine.
This is why the Islamic Emirate has halted the illegal mining of the whole country in the last 3 years and has given many small and big mines to the contract through legal means.
Maulavi Abdul Wali Haqqani, Deputy Minister of Health Services of the Ministry of Public Health, attended the G5 conference online. The conference discussed expanding and strengthening health services on the common borders between Afghanistan, Iran, Tajikistan, Iraq, and Pakistan, prevention of malaria, dengue, fever, monkeypox, capacity building of health workers, control of infectious diseases, impacts of weather changes and water in the region. In joint cooperation were discussed and exchanged views. Maulavi Matiul Haq Khalis, General Director of the National Environmental Protection Agency, met with Dmitry Zhirnov, a Russian ambassador to Kabul. In this meeting, the Russian ambassador called freezing the national money of the Afghan nation by the United States unfair. The two sides emphasized the need to expand bilateral cooperation in various fields, especially in the fields of the environment and the fight against climate change. The Ministry of Public Health has started the construction of a 21 million Afghanis advanced laboratory in Nangarhar province. The Ministry of Public Health says that the laboratory will be the 6th largest and most equipped laboratory in the country with 24 sections. And the final one is that the construction of a water supply network worth more than 8 million Afghanis has started in the city of Ferozekoh, the capital of Ghor province. The project, which is funded by the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, will provide 600 families with safe drinking water. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو کور.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is 24th of September 2024. Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, the Chief Executive Director of Afghanistan's electricity company, met with some Iranian investors. In this meeting with Iranian investors for the purpose of investment, Mr. Umar said that they have provided good opportunities for foreign and domestic investors to invest in electricity sector and are trying to create more and more facilities in this field. He added that in his address to Iranian investors, from electricity installation to digital systems and increasing the level of electricity production, we ensure full cooperation in any area you are interested in. On the other hand, the Iranian investors welcome the assurance of all-round cooperation from the leadership of the electricity company and added that we are willing to invest in the field of electricity production in Afghanistan, and we are trying to present our plan to you in a specific area. We present it and start working on it apart without delaying. The regular meeting of the Supreme Council of Languages was chaired by Maulavi Atiqullah Zizi, Deputy Minister of Culture and Arts of the Ministry of Information and Culture, and was attended by representatives of the Ministries of Higher Education, Education, and the Academy of Sciences. In this meeting, Maulavi Atiqullah Zizi said that language is the cultural identity of a nation and ethnic group, and all ethnic groups in the country have the right to use their own languages and dialects. Mr. Azizi also added, the policy of the Islamic Emirate is to work equally on the ethnic groups and languages of the country and to address the scientific and cultural needs of each language through this council. The Ministry of National Defense has announced that 2 wings of the Black Hawk aircrafts have been repaired by the technical and professional team of this ministry. Officials say that after the Islamic Emirate came to power, tens of aircrafts destroyed by the previous administration have been repaired and used to defend the country. Let's see more in this report.
Technical and professional engineers of the Ministry of National Defense Air Force repaired and successfully flew 2 American U-60 Black Hawk and MD-530 helicopters. The Ministry of National Defense says that after the Islamic Emirate took power, tens of aircraft and helicopters wings that were destroyed by the previous administration were repaired and used.
A Black Hawk and MD helicopters are built and repaired by our qualified engineers and professional instructors after several months of work. These are the helicopters that some traitors damaged during the escape of the previous government. Alhamdulillah, they have been activated with the efforts of our talented engineers and the special attention of the leaders.
Meanwhile, Some military experts consider the repair of military vehicles, especially helicopters, to be effective in defending the country, but interaction with military vehicle manufacturer is important in obtaining their spare parts.
In order to legitimize it at the global level, try to prepare the basic ways and methods and give permission to a country, and some parts of these plans can only be found in the producing countries. The Air Force and the National Defense Force of Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is a good and praiseworthy action, and these helicopters can be used and carry out combat duties and other things.
This is while, after the Islamic Emirate took power for the second time, hundreds of different types of aircraft and military equipment have been prepared and ready for use.
Maulavi Matiul Haq Khalis, Director General of the National Environmental Protection Agency, met with Takayushi Kuromiya, Ambassador of Japan in Kabul. During the meeting, the Japanese ambassador said that his country is trying to get Afghan representatives to participate in the upcoming climate change conference hosted by Azerbaijan. Mr. Kuromiya also assured of his country's cooperation with Afghanistan in the fields of agriculture and construction of dams and canals through some donor organizations. On the other hand, Maulavi Matiul Haq Khalis described climate change as a human and public problem and added that Afghanistan has not played a role in climate change, but it's among the most affected countries in the world. The Stability, Unity and Cohesion Forum of the Islamic Government Nation was held in Qalad, the capital of Zabul province, with the participation of higher-ranking officials of the Islamic Emirate. Mullah Nurullah Nuri, Minister of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs, said at the meeting of Afghans had ended the occupation and achieved full independence through unity and cooperation. In this meeting, the residents of the province also shared their problems and demands in various sectors with the officials. The Ministry of Economy says political interactions, Afghanistan's connection with the international community, and the Islamic Emirates' economic policy have made the Afghan currency more valuable against foreign currencies. However, economic experts believe that along with maintaining political relations, the implementation of large infrastructure projects will have an impact on the stability and value of the Afghan currency. More details in report.
The Afghan currency has been valued against foreign currencies, especially US dollar, in recent days. The Ministry of Economy cites issues such as political interaction with countries and the implementation of large infrastructure projects as factors that have caused the Afghan currency to gain value against foreign currencies, especially the US dollar.
The popularization of the national currency in diplomatic and political transactions and issues, and the improvement of the Afghanistan's relations with the neighboring countries and the region in the recent days. All these factors have caused the national currencies to gain significant value against the foreign currencies.
Meanwhile, Afghanistan Bank officials say that they have successfully used monetary policy tools to maintain prices and reduce exchange rate fluctuations.
Our latest information is that the value of Afghan currency has increased by 2.24 Afghani against the US dollars compared to the last 3 months, which is a great achievement for the Afghanistan Bank. The economic policies and monetary policies of the Afghanistan Bank made the Afghan currency to be in the 10th top place in terms of value among the countries of the world.
The Union of Money Changers and Money Service Providers of the Shahzada market, along with the correct financial policies of the Islamic Emirate, the prevention of dollar smuggling and the increase in dollars in the markets are the reasons for increase in prices of Afghan currency against other currencies.
The Afghanistan Bank has made a successful policy and plan, and the money changers are on its side. This made the Afghan currency the 3rd place in the world.
But some residents of Kabul say that Although the price of foreign currencies, especially the dollar, has fallen, the price of raw materials has not changed.
In some provinces where Pakistani rupee or dollar are popular in transactions, people do not use Afghan money at all. One of the advantages is that the Afghan money is rising in the country and in the world. The value of the Afghani currency has increased, but the price of goods has not decreased. It is at the same price as before. It is true that there are changes in dollar, and this should be controlled.
According to economic experts, Afghanistan's foreign exchange reserves, which are the backbone of the Afghan currency, have remained intact in recent years and have even increased, ensuring the credibility of Afghan currency against foreign currencies.
The Afghan Red Crescent Society provided medical services to 35,477 patients in different areas of Khost province through its mobile health team, fixed clinic and sub-clinics. Among these patients, 13,159 patients were examined and treated, 1,639 women were examined before and after childbirth, 5,798 women and children were given various vaccines, 347 wounded were dressed, 3,824 women were given awareness about family planning, 2,958 malnourished children were given special food items, and 7,752 people were also given public awareness in the field of health protection. In Khost, 35 tons of low-quality and expired food and medicine were burned. 1,097 pieces of poor quality and expired food and medicine weighing 35 tons were collected from the shops and pharmacies of Khost City and districts in the last 5 months, and the medicine were burned in a safe place by the control agency. During the burning of these items, Haji Ahmad, Khost Public Health Director, said that he has intensified his efforts to prevent the purchase and sale of these food items and medicines, and in the near future, for evaluating the quality of imported items, a laboratory will be made. And the final one is that the construction of primary school at a cost of 3,800,000 Afghanis in Sayadak area of Nimroz province was completed and put into use. According to local officials, the building has 5 classrooms, 2 office rooms, and other facilities, which can accommodate 500 students. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور
last word, I'll be clear. Last word is 5218, 5218.
پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is 23rd of September 2024. The Minister of Water and Energy met with the employees and officials of the North General River Basin and the Balkh Sub-River Basin. The officials of the said river basins presented information about the water and energy projects and their activities in the mentioned basins and also presented their suggestions and problems to the Minister of Water and Energy. The Minister assured the officials that necessary actions will be taken considering the available possibilities and balanced development. Mullah Muhammad Yunus Akhundzada, the Minister of Rural Development and Rehabilitation, during his working trip to Kunar, Nangarhar and Laghman provinces, met with the heads and employees of the departments of the rural development and reconstruction of these provinces. Mr. Akhundzada listened closely to the problems and requests of the employees of these departments and said to serve you people with security, honesty, and the field of development and construction. The minister also added that our country and people need some work and service. You should always come to your work on time and do the assigned work according to the Islamic values. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs once again asked the United Nations to hand over the seat of Afghanistan's permanent representative in this organization to the representative of the Islamic Emirate. The deputy spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs calls the refusal to hand over this seat to the representative of the Islamic Emirate as a great injustice to Afghans. With this, a number of experts say the United Nations organization is taking a double approach towards Afghanistan. Let's see more in this report.
The 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly was held in New York on Sunday and Monday of this week.
County Road 350.
Representatives of more than 190 countries participated in the two-day meeting, where they discussed and talked about the situation of several other countries, including Afghanistan and Palestine. But the Minister of Foreign Affairs wants the participants of this meeting to take a decision considering the realities of Afghanistan.
We hope that in this meeting, looking at the current and real situation of Afghanistan, a positive decision will be made and positive ideas will be presented. As there are development and political, economic, commercial, and other fields in Afghanistan.
The deputy spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also called the non-handover of the permanent post of Afghanistan in the United Nations to the representative of the Islamic Emirate as a great affront to the rights of Afghans.
What is the ultimate goal of international organizations and the United Nations, where the Afghan representative is not presented, applying their political interests in governance and implementing the intelligence programs of superpower countries that have the right of veto in the United Nations?
On the other hand, political experts believe that not handing over Afghanistan's seat in the United Nations organization to the Islamic Emirate and not inviting the representative of a current government to the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly increases the distance between government and international community.
They think about it and see that one-side behavior or one-side judgments are going forward with Afghanistan. And with this, the standard and credibility of the United Nations will be under question. Unfortunately, there is a double attitude toward Afghanistan, which is a member of this organization. This is an injustice to the people and system of Afghanistan.
This is despite the fact that before this, the head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate in Qatar has criticized that non-inviting of the representative of the Islamic Emirate to the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly and called it unfair.
Maulavi Matiul Haq Khalis, Director General of the National Environmental Protection Agency, in a meeting with Zhao Sheng, the Chinese ambassador to Afghanistan, said that the National Environmental Protection Agency is currently a member of 16 environmental conventions and should be part of this organization in international environmental meetings. Officials should be given the opportunity to travel so that the problems of Afghans reach the world to be addressed. During this visit, Mr. Khalis has asked for China's cooperation and equipping the National Environmental Protection Agency, activating forest fire warning and fire extinguishing systems and clean energy. Also, during this meeting, Mr. Zhao Sheng said, during this 20-year occupation, Afghanistan's environment has been greatly damaged, and the occupying countries should compensate for the damage done by them. A number of Afghan refugees in Iran say that they are worried about the future of their children who are deprived of education in this country. At the same time, the Norwegian Refugee Council says that it provides education for the children of Afghan refugees. The council has made this issue in connection with the beginning of the academic year on the first day, Mizan and the mentioned country. We have more in this report.
The Norwegian Refugee Council, NRC, has expressed concern about the deprivation of nearly 1 million Afghan children from education in Iran. The report of the Norwegian Refugee Council also stated that 1/3 of Afghan refugee children in Iran are theoretically allowed to join Iran's public education system, but practically this group faces problems such as financial, administrative, familial, and cultural obstacles.
Among the 1.5 million Afghan immigrant children in Iran, only 600,000 of them have been able to enroll in Iranian schools.
At the same time, a number of Afghan refugees living in Iran say that they are worried about the future of their children and the kind of education in this country.
Iran's schools started on the 1st of April when all the people had to register their children, but unfortunately, due to the lack of documents, Afghan refugees could not register their children, and there are a lot of registrations. Unfortunately, a large number of Afghan children in Iran cannot continue their studies due to the lack of passports and identity documents. This is a big problem that we want to solve. The government of Afghanistan and the government of Iran and international institutions in general should have discussions on these issues in order to solve this problem.
The Norwegian Refugee Council published a report on June 10th expressing concern about the limited access of Afghan refugee children to education in Iran, saying that they are trying to create educational courses and to provide training to a number of Afghan refugee children.
73 different types of military vehicles were prepared for repair and used by the professional personnel of their support battalion related to the technical and weapons management of the 215 Azam Corps. The Ministry of National Defense said that the repaired vehicles include 51 tanks, 20 international cars, and 2 international trains that will be used for the defense of the country.
9622 County Road 505.
70 security guards and soldiers graduated from a military training course of Bamiyan Police Headquarters. The Ministry of Interior Affairs said that during the ceremony, Muhammad Hanif Agha, the police chief of the mentioned province, told the graduates to be successful and committed in their duties and professions, as well as to remember and practice military tactics. A survey was conducted for the construction of a retaining wall worth 1,098,900 Afghanis in Laghman province. Qari Khair Muhammad Ghazi, director of the National Emergency Preparedness Agency of the province, along with a delegation, surveyed an 80-meter long retaining wall in Gulkariu village of Mehtarlam, the capital of the mentioned province. Its practical work will begin in the next few days. And the final one is that the Economic Crimes Directorate of Parwan expired food items and medicine. The media office of Parwan Police Headquarters says among the burnt items there were 40 illegal spices worth 1.5 million Afghans. That's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a great night.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is 22nd of September 2024. Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, Minister of Mines and Petroleum, met with Mullah Bakhtur Rahman Sharaf, Deputy Director of Railways of the Ministry of Public Works, and Maulavi Hayatullah Mahajir Farahi, Deputy Director of Broadcasting of the Ministry of Information and Culture. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum said that in this visit they discussed about providing land to domestic and foreign investors on the available investment opportunities in the country and emphasized on increasing cooperation and coordination. Fazl Muhammad Sabir Shajda Affairs of the Islamic Emirate in Turkmenistan met with Andrew Larin, political advisor of the United Nations Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy. The Afghan embassy in Turkmenistan said that during the meeting, Mr. Larin appreciated the achievements of the Islamic Emirate in the implementation of infrastructure projects, Afghanistan's cooperation with countries in the region, prevention of drug cultivation and corruption, and job creating for the people of Afghanistan. The main objectives of the center are to help and support the countries of the region and Afghanistan. On the other hand, Mr. Sabir pointed to the economy-oriented policy of the Islamic Emirate, adding that the Islamic Emirate has made great achievements in various sectors over the past 3 years. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs says that Abdul Ghaffar Bahar, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate, has arrived in Tashkent and is scheduled to officially begin his work as Afghanistan's ambassador to Uzbekistan in the coming days. On the other hand, political analysts see the appointment of an ambassador to Tashkent as effective in improving domestic, economic, and transit relations. More details in report.
The deputy spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced the arrival of Abdul Ghaffar Bahar, the elected ambassador of the Islamic Emirate, to Tashkent, and says that he will officially begin his work in a few days.
Sheikh Abdul Ghaffar Bahar, the ambassador appointed by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to Uzbekistan, has arrived there and will begin his official duties in the near future.
Abdul Ghaffar Bahar has been appointed as ambassador of Islamic Emirate to Uzbekistan, while the credentials of Bilal Karimi as the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate in Beijing were accepted on the 10th of Dalwa 1402, and the credentials of Burhanuddin Haqqani as the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Abu Dhabi were accepted on the 5th of Akrab this year.
In order to establish proper economic, political and social relations between countries, the presence of a consul or an ambassador, a political representative in another country, is necessary.
Meanwhile, the former diplomats and political analysts believe that the appointment of an ambassador to Uzbekistan could strengthen political, economic and transit relations between Kabul and Tashkent.
This itself means recognizing a country without announcing it. And now that Afghanistan is in global isolation, it is a great achievement that interaction and relations with the world take place. I hope that Afghanistan can have good relations and interactions with all countries, especially neighboring countries in various sectors.
Earlier, Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi said that about 40 Afghan representative offices are active in their countries around the world.
The Deputy Prime Minister's Economic Department reported a 13% increase in wheat yields compared to last year. The Prime Minister's press office said in a statement that a total of 2.14 million hectares of land were planted with wheat in the country this year, with 4.9 million metric tons of crops harvested, a 13% increase over last year. The statement also said that factors that increased yields were the distribution of improved seeds, chemical fertilizers and pesticides, the contribution and reconstruction of irrigation canals, and the ban on poppy cultivation. OCHA announces 15 million euro aid for the Netherlands to Afghanistan. The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, says that Netherlands has donated 15 million euros to Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund. According to OCHA, Netherlands has provided more than 89 million euros in aid to Afghanistan since 2016. The officials of the Directorate General of Emirate Companies said in the program of explaining the achievements of the company in the past 1 year that a number of inactive Emirate companies have been activated, and in the last 1 year through the cement factories of Gori and Jabal Saraj, 199,671 tons of cement have been produced. According to the officials of this agency, the works of the first phase of Qosh-Tepe National Canal have been completed by 91% and the works of the second phase by 64%. Also, discussions have been held with the World Bank regarding the Casa 1000 project, and the rest of the works will be started in the near future. Let's see more in this report.
The officials of the General Directorate of Emirate Companies said in the program of explaining the achievements of the company in the past 1 year that this company has reactivated and equipped the Emirate companies of Afghan poultry, Balan Sugar, Kandahar, Balkhan Pulkhumri Textiles, and Helmand Boost. According to the officials, in the last 1 year, 199,671 tons of cement have been produced through Gori and Jabal Saraj cement factories. Also, the first phase of Qosh-Tepe National Canal has been completed by 91% and the second phase by 64%.
500 kilovolts power transmission line from Shobrogan to Dasht Alwan and from there to Arghandi. 220 kilovolt power transmission line between Ghazni and Kandahar. Nurul Jihad substation works, Kandahar 110 kilovolt power line B, and other unfinished projects. Construction started during the last year and will be completed in the near future.
Last year, the oil and gas company established 58 stores in the center and provinces for the distribution and sale of gas, which proved to be effective in controlling gas prices. Besides this, during the last 1 year, Afghan Tour Emirate Company extended licenses to 503 tourism companies, 177 online services, 48 hotels, and extended visas to 295 foreign tourists.
The National Development Company established a construction-related laboratory in 1402 and conducted 603 tests for the private sectors and 17,005 tests for its various projects. In 1402, the mentioned company repaired and operated various machines of the respective factories.
The executive director of Afghanistan Electricity Company, Dr. Abdul Bari Omar, says that in the next 2 years, there will be 24 hours electricity in Kabul and nearby areas. This is while all Emirate companies have a central and commercial value of approximately $15 billion. But in the past 2 decades, the sector has not been given the necessary attention to provide the best services to the citizens and be effective in the economic development of the country.
14 people have been arrested in connection with various crimes in the country. The Ministry of Interior Affairs has said that the security forces have arrested 14 people in 5 provinces of the country in connection with robbery, murder, smuggling, having illegal weapons, and other crimes. 7 crimes offenses were arrested in Takhar province, 4 persons with the smuggling of 200 animals in Nangarhar, 1 robber in Balkh, 1 person in Herat in connection with the illegal transfer of weapons, and 1 person was arrested in Samangan for killing his sister and grandmother. Mullah Nuruddin Turabi, director of the National Disaster Preparedness Directorate, met with Hafiz Muhammad Agha Hakim, governor of Panjshir province. During the meeting, the 2 sides discussed better disaster management in Panjshir province and more care for the recent flood victims in that province. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is 21st of September 2024. Mullah Khairullah Khairkhwa, Minister of Information and Culture, who attended and delivered a speech at the International Conference of the Union of Cultures in Russia on September 11. After returning to the country, he considers the trip to be a success in various cultural fields for Afghanistan. The Minister of Information and Culture also held separate meetings with Russian officials and Afghan teachers living in Russia on the sidelines of this meeting. Our participation in this meeting, which was held in St. Petersburg, Russia, in which there were more than 40 speeches, most of them were presented by men. Our goal there was to promote the culture of Afghanistan and the wealth of Afghanistan in this area, and to provide grounds for the arrival of tourists and to protect them also in this area for exhibitions in other countries for the handicrafts of Afghanistan. Sharing and presenting the real picture of Afghanistan were the main goals of our participation in the meeting. Alhamdulillah, it was done very well, and it was requested by all the participants to keep this relationship continuous. Rashid Muradov, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Turkmenistan, in bilateral meeting with a joint delegation of the Islamic Emirate in this country, said that they will invest more than $1.5 billion in the field of transport, energy, and a number of joint infrastructure projects in Afghanistan. On the other hand, analysts consider the investments of neighboring countries in basic projects in Afghanistan to be beneficial in the economic strengthening of the country. We have more in this report.
ترکمنستان قرار است در بخش‌های زیربنایی و توسعه زیرساخت‌های اقتصادی افغانستان
Turkmenistan is going to invest $1.5 billion in the infrastructure and development of Afghanistan's economic infrastructure. This investment will be in trade, transit, energy, and transportation sectors, which will be effective in the growth and development of Afghanistan. This is really a big help to us that they are doing. Afghans must stand on their own feet, and through these services, even from the TAPI project alone, Afghans will receive approximately 500 million Afghanis. Other facilities such as jobs will be provided to people, transfers will be made, trade will be easier, and prosperity will come. All these things have an important role in the construction and self-sufficiency of Afghanistan. Right now, everyone is preparing to invest in this sector. It is the foundation and development of Afghanistan's economy. The government also needs to provide them with the necessary facilities and even help them. attract more investors to build infrastructure. It will have a positive effect on economic stability and development in Afghanistan, especially on the stability of the Afghan currency. Also, thousands of jobs will be created for professionals and non-professionals in Afghanistan. Also, the country of Turkmenistan will bring real technology, scientific skills, and experiences to Afghanistan, which will benefit the Afghan cadres in the relevant fields. Maulavi Azizur Rahman Mansoor, Deputy Minister for Regulating Mysticism and Religious Places at the Islamic Emirates Ministry of Hajj and Religious Affairs, said at the 38th Conference of the Union of Islamic Countries in Tehran that Muslim unity is more important than ever before. The Deputy Minister of Guidance, Hajj and Endowments also said that during the 3 years of the Islamic Emirates rule in Afghanistan, Islamic Sharia has been enforced, security has been ensured throughout the country, drug cultivation and smuggling has been banned, and major development projects have been launched, and the country is moving towards self-sufficiency. The construction of 6 water supply networks in Kogiani district of Nangarhar province worth more than $200,000 was completed and put into use with USAID funding. The network has created jobs for hundreds of workers, and with its completion, nearly 20,000 local residents have access to safe drinking water. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that it has collected more than 10 billion Afghans from mining in the past year. Officials of this ministry and the program describe the achievements of the Emirate Department say that during this period, they have surveyed and discovered 646 new mines of various minerals in 28 provinces. Let's see more in this report.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that it has collected 4,479,929,000 ounces in revenue from mining in the past year. The ministry's officials added that 647 new mines of various minerals in the country last year.
Alhamdulillah, I thank Allah at the time that a meeting is organized by the leadership of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum, according to the order of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah. It's our hope that Allah will cause this treasure to heal the pain of Afghans. Last year, the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum collected a total of 10,479,029,568 Afghans in revenue. It is worth mentioning that in the first 5 months of 1403, approximately 4.4 million Afghans has been collected.
The ministry says that it has signed contracts with 13 large-scale mines in 8 provinces and 168 small-scale mines with domestic and foreign investors in the past year. The ministry's spokesman added that during this period, about 78,000 carats of emerald worth about $5.5 million were sold to domestic and foreign investors through open tender.
Until now, in the course of 25 tenders, about 78,000 carats of emerald worth approximately $5.5 million have been sold, in which the Islamic Emirates' share is 10%.
The ministry officials also added that the process of extracting petroleum products from 21 fields in Qashqari, Angut and Waq areas of Amur River is underway, with about 1,300 tons of crude oil being extracted daily. Thousands of people have been directly and indirectly employed in the country's mines.
The work of retaining walls and canals in Maidan Wardak province at a cost of more than $200,000 began with the presence of Mujibur Rahman Omar Akhundzada, Deputy Minister of Water of the Ministry of Energy and Water of Maidan Wardak, Governor, officials and local residents. At the lunch ceremony, the Governor of Maidan Wardak said that one of the commitments of the Islamic Emirate officials to the people is the reconstruction of the country, and he asked the people to cooperate with the officials of the Islamic Emirate in the reconstruction sector. More than 6 million Afghanis in cash was distributed to 1,590 affected families by CRS in collaboration with the National Disaster Management Agency for affected families in Bamiyan province. According to the National Disaster Management Agency, the money was distributed to 1,059 vulnerable families in Yakawalang district and the center of Bamiyan based on an agreement signed between CRS and the National Disaster Management Agency. In addition to reaching 563 cases in 2 weeks, Balkh Professional Court, Urban Primary Court, and Military Court of Balkh Zone have also executed 513 bails. That's all for tonight. We will be back with some more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a great night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is 20th of September 2024. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, Administrative Deputy of the Prime Minister, met with the Deputy Head of the United Nations Mission in Afghanistan. In this meeting, the UN representative said that the UN wants to continue assistance to the people of Afghanistan in the fields of health, education, food security, strengthening the private banking system, agriculture, environmental protection, and fighting climate change. He expects the leadership of the Islamic Emirate to cooperate fully in delivering these aids to the deserving people. In contrast, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister said that the leadership of the Islamic Emirate has made all its efforts in the field of economic growth, creating job opportunities for youth, and implementing development projects in different regions, and requests aid organizations to create more jobs, alternative cultivation of drugs for farmers, and to cooperate different parts with the Afghan nation. Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, Minister of Refugees and Repatriations, met with Margit al-Qatar ambassador to Kabul to discuss assistance to refugees and internally displaced people in the shelter, health, and education sectors. During the meeting, the ambassador of Qatar said that he will continue his efforts to attract more humanitarian aid for Afghan refugees. While the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, and the World Food Programme are talking about the lack of funds in terms of providing aid to the needy people in Afghanistan, the European Union and the United Kingdom have recently provided more than $35 million of humanitarian aid has been provided. In addition to this, the officials of the Islamic Emirate, besides thanking the supporting organizations, asked them to help Afghans in development sector instead of giving aid, so that people can get jobs and become self-sufficient. Let's see more.
In the past 3 years, many volunteer foundations and organizations have provided humanitarian aid to Afghans in the center of the Some of them say that they are facing with a shortage of funds and cannot provide aid to all needy people. But officials say that these organizations should start doing in Afghanistan in order to provide confidence with the children.
Our request from the aid organizations is that instead of humanitarian aid in cash, they should help us in creating jobs and infrastructure projects so that we can eradicate poverty and economic problems in Afghanistan and continue to grow and help the economic development of our country.
On the other hand, experts are also calling on the supporting organizations to help Afghans in vocational and exploratory fields instead of economic and cash aid, saying that they will be able to fulfill their needs in this way.
Now that corruption has been eliminated, the government should closely monitor the aid in order to prevent corruption or its reoccurrence.
According to OCHA, or the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Aid, in the past few years, Britain has provided more than £204 million of aid to Afghanistan, and the European Union has also sent about 1,900 of different humanitarian aid to Afghanistan since 2021.
Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce, met with Maulavi Hayatullah bin Hajir Farahi, Deputy Minister of Information and Culture and Deputy Governor of Herat Province, and discussed the political work of major economic and industrial projects, including a new industrial town in this province. On the other hand, Mr. Farahi said that the inauguration of new projects, including Afghan-Turkmen joint projects, construction of international terminal, and construction of new industrial town in Herat will make this province a commercial and industrial center in Afghanistan and will pave the way to economic growth. Under the leadership of Mullah Khairullah Khairkhwa, the Minister of Information and Culture, an administrative meeting was held with the participation of the deputy heads and directors of this ministry. The ministry said that in this meeting, in addition to the development of tourism industry, the safety of tourists, and the provision of facilities by increasing the attention to the broadcasting sector and by working to share the achievements to keep alive the past jihadi process and history, in order to increase the attention to museums and related historical sites and artifacts, and to increase the religious knowledge of the employees by the Department of Invitation, it has been discussed. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that in the first 5 months of 1403, 117,000 tons of marble wood, $6.1 million were exported to Turkey, Saudi Arabia, India, Pakistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Russia, Mexico, and China. Furthermore, the Marble Exporters Association says that they have become self-sufficient in the production of marble, and with the arrival of the Islamic Emirates, the export of Afghanistan's marble increased to European markets as well as Central and South Asia. More details in report.
The precious marble stones, which are used to beautify buildings, are internationally famous in Helmand, Herat, and Kunar, along with the central zones of Afghanistan. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that in the first 5 months of this year, marbles worth $6.1 million have exported.
Marble exports worth $6.1 million with a total of 117,000 tons to Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Turkmenistan, India, Germany, Russia, Uzbekistan, China, Mexico, Pakistan, and other countries has taken place.
On the other hand, the Afghanistan Marble Exporters Association says that it has met the domestic market's needs in terms of marble production, and in the last 3 years, the number of customers of Afghanistan's marble has increased internationally, and the level of exports has increased.
In the previous government, most of our products were smuggled abroad. But with the arrival of the Islamic Emirate and with the neighboring countries where exhibitions were held, and our domestic products were shown, the interest of the neighboring countries in our marble stone increased. Central Asia as a whole is interested in our Herat marble. Even though Iran exports marble, it demands marble from us. Even in the Italian exhibition that our friends shared, Italy, despite being the best and richest country in the world in terms of marble, demanded our Herat marble and Helmand marble.
According to the information of Ministry of Industry and Commerce, there are currently 108 marble stone processing and production factories operating across the country, 85 of which are located in the capital.
Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, Minister of Energy and Water, in a meeting with the tribal leaders of Razan Chinartoi district, said that the construction of Agajam and Shaklov dams will be started soon in these provinces. Mr. Mansour has assured the tribal leaders of the mentioned district that the solar power project to Razgan province and the power supply project for Kajaki Dam are included in the plan of this ministry, which will be started in the future. Sheikh Abdul Hakim Haqqani, Deputy Minister of Mothers and Disabled Affairs, visited Coast Province and met with the families of mothers and orphans, where he assured them that their problems would be addressed. In this meeting, the Deputy Minister of Mothers and Disabled Affairs considered providing services to the heirs of mothers and disabled people, timely addressing their problems and greeting them as one of the responsibilities of the Islamic Emirate. The leadership of the ministry is trying to provide them with the necessary living facilities in all sectors. And the final one is that the Ministry of National Defense has said that in the educational center of 201 Khalid bin Walid Corpus, 1,000 officers and mujahideen of the Islamic National Army have been given Islamic military, moral and professional education in the 6th period named Alaikum Bil Jihad. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching.
Or 17 Paul Civil.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is 19th of September 2024. A number of scholars and influential people of Paktika province praised the efforts of officials of the Islamic Emirate in a meeting with Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, and requested the implementation of a number of projects in the mentioned province. Meanwhile, Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi has called it the duty of the Islamic Emirate to provide security and facilities to the citizens in various fields and to serve them. The ambassador of the Russian Federation in Kabul, Dmitry Zhirnov, has invited Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi to participate in the next meeting of the Moscow Consultative Format on Afghanistan. Mr. Zhirnov said in the meeting with the Minister of Foreign Affairs that relations with the Islamic Emirate are important to the country, and the Afghan delegation is invited to participate in all regional and international meetings hosted by Russia. During this meeting, Foreign Minister Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi called the upcoming meeting of the Moscow format a good opportunity to discuss bilateral issues with the high officials of Russia and the representatives of the regional countries. Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, Minister of Refugees and Repatriations, met with Takayushi Kurumiya, Japanese ambassador to Kabul, and discussed the continuation of the country's humanitarian aid. In this meeting, the Japanese ambassador praised the achievements of the Islamic Emirate in various sectors and added that Japan wants to continue its aid in relations with Afghanistan. The Foreign Ministry of the Islamic Emirate, in response to the UN Security Council meeting on Afghanistan, says that the international community should refrain from making arbitrary statements about Afghanistan and instead described the actual facts of Afghanistan. Foreign Minister Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi said in a press conference held in connection with the one-year achievements of this ministry that it is the first time in the last 5 decades that a centralized government has been established and there is overall security. Mr. Muttaqi asked the international community to come and see the situation closely and not judge it from far away. We have more details in this report.
Foreign Minister Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi called on international organizations to refrain from irresponsible talks about Afghanistan in the program of explaining the achievement of last year and called these statements regrettable. He adds that Afghanistan has been cleared from arbitrary armed groups and there is no threat for any side.
Unfortunately, instead of getting information or stating the facts, the UN Secretary General made an accusation that did not suit their dignity. We have assured the whole world, and we assure that whoever has any problem anywhere, in every corner of Afghanistan, even in almost 400 districts of Afghanistan, in thousands of villages of Afghanistan, the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is dominant everywhere. In any village where someone has a problem, he should come and see.
On the other hand, political experts called yesterday's meeting of the United Nations Security Council useless and insist that the representatives of the Islamic Emirates should be invited to answer the concerns.
When the Islamic Emirates started talking face-to-face with the international community in Qatar and also talked with Americans, they reached a result. Now, if the friendly nations hold every meeting, if there is no representative of the Islamic Emirate or the current government of Afghanistan, it is incomplete, neither acceptable to Afghanistan nor acceptable to the world. A representative of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan must be present at every meeting where Afghanistan's name is mentioned or discussed or decisions are made, because they can answer the questions and solve these problems face to face.
It's worth mentioning that in yesterday's meeting of the United Nations Security Council on Afghanistan, Rosa Otunbayeva, the head of the unanimous political mission for Afghanistan, emphasized the removal of restrictions on the frozen assets of Afghanistan and the participation of the Islamic Emirate authorities in such meetings.
Interior Minister Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani laid the foundation stone of a masjid during his visit to Paktia. Mr. Haqqani said in the related ceremonies that the construction of masjids is the duty of every Muslim, and according to him, the works of this mosque in the name of Hazrat Muhammad, peace be upon him, will be completed within 3 years. It is said that this mosque will have a capacity of about 10,000 worshippers. According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the implementation of the Casa Zar project will begin in the near future. Shafi Azam, the Director of Economic Relations of the Ministry, adds that Afghanistan will also participate in the meeting hosted by Turkey, which will be held in relation to how to start the practical work of the highway. Foreign Minister Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi says that the Islamic Emirate has laid groundwork for the start of major regional projects based on its economy-oriented policy, which conveys the message of Afghan government's capabilities to the world and the region. More details in report.
We are not that call.
Shafi Azam, Director of the Economic Relations of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, says that in the next 2 weeks, the practical work of the CASA project will begin. He made these statements at a conference on the annual achievements of Emirate institutions.
The Casa Zar project, inshallah, in the next few weeks, we will hear of good positive news about it, pillar and basis of economic diplomacy in general.
Afghanistan has been trying for a long time to connect with Europe through large route. but it has not taken a practical step. Recently, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs says that in the near future, it will participate in a meeting of the 6 countries that are partners of the larger route in Turkey.
In this regard, inshallah, we will have a working meeting of these 5 member countries in Istanbul in near future so that this path can be implemented. On the basis of these trade routes, we can not only find a market for Afghanistan's goods, but through these transfers, it has been possible to significantly increase the revenue share of Afghanistan and the region where there are economic and commercial interactions.
At the same time, Maulawi al-Muhammad, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate, says that according to the economy-oriented policy of the Islamic Emirate, the start of the major regional projects such as Top Railway and optical fiber projects has shown that the Islamic Emirate has the ability to implement regional and national major projects.
If this project is an economic project, on the other hand, it also sends the message that stability has come to Afghanistan and the Afghan government has the ability to carry out such a big project and play its part well.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs also says that it is open for air corridors for the development of trade within the region and the world. And in order to attract foreign funds, it has given the task to all consulates to share the available opportunities with the international community and encourage them to invest in Afghanistan.
A delegation of the Ministry of Hajj and Religious Affairs, led by Sheikh Azizur Rahman Mansour, Deputy Director of Irfan and Religious Places Affairs, visited the country on the official's invitation of Iran. This delegation was selected to participate in the 38th International Conference of Islamic Unity in Tehran, the capital of Iran, representation of the Islamic Emirate. The Ministry of Transportation and Civil Aviation says that the Farah Airport is equipped with necessary technical equipment and is ready for domestic flights. According to this ministry, this airport has a standard flight line, a watchtower, an active meteorological device, and other technical services. The construction of 617 meters of irrigation canals and Koyesafi district of Parwan province worth 4.3 million Afghanis was completed and put into use with the financial assistance of the World Food Programme through the Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department of the province. According to the local officials, tens of people have been employed during the construction of this canal, and 300 acres of agricultural land will be irrigated with its completion.
On that bus.
That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching.
We are not that call. You are not Johnny. Cheers.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو کور.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. Today is 18th of September 2024. Mullah Khairullah Khairkhwa, the Minister of Information and Culture, in a meeting with Afghans and culturalists living in Russia, said that the Islamic Emirate is committed to strengthening and developing Afghanistan's national culture. In this meeting, Mr. Khairkhwa emphasized the unity of Afghans and added that after 5 decades of war, Afghanistan has become the owner of a strong and centralized government. Also, he called the relations between Afghanistan and Russia friendly and asked the Afghans living in this country to return to the country for the purpose of services and development. During this visit, Afghan culturalists requested the establishment of Afghanistan's cultural center in Russia, and Mr. Erfa assured them of all possible cooperation. More than 500 drug addicts graduated from technical and vocational education by the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. Officials of this ministry say, although the level of narcotics in Afghanistan has been reduced to zero since the Islamic Emirate took power for the second time, the international community has not provided them with any kind of alternative
The signal
livelihood.
floor is low,
Let's
showing
see more in this
low
report.
light levels.
More than 500 drug addicts graduated from technical and vocational education by the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. Officials want the international community to help Afghans in the field of alternative livelihoods against drugs.
It is important that the international community should not forget this great achievement because of some opposing. Rather, in this field, they should play a real role in finding an alternative livelihood with the Islamic Emirate and mechanizing agriculture. Today was the third round of graduation at Puli Charkhi Technical and Vocational Education Center under the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. We are 560 citizens
The wind is
who
good
had
for power
recently
generation.
recovered from addiction and had the ability to receive technical
See
and
you later,
vocational
104 radio
They were
program.
attracted to these centers, and this technical education program has been implemented for them.
A real
At the same
shooting
time,
took place
some
behind
teachers of this technical and
Lucerno's. No
vocational
cops
training
showed up
centers
in
say
person.
that these people can now earn food money for their families, and the tools related to the art and profession are also distributed to the graduates.
4 ماه برزیلی آموزش درس داده میشه. بعد از 4 ماه یا فراغت میگیرن. بعد از 4 ماه بعد بازیا برزیلی‌ها سرسام همراه وسایل خیاطی در بیرون کار خود ادامه بدن در بیرون اونجا کار کنن.
On the other hand, some drug addicts who have benefited from the technical and vocational education expresses their happiness.
بسیار خوش هستم از امارات اسلامی به خاطر که زمینه زیرا برای ما مساعد دیگه در اورایی که می رفتیم دیگه در اورا ندیم دیگه از این بابا پاک زندگی کنیم همراه فامیل
This is while, since the Islamic Emirate took power for the second time, according to the decree of the Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, the cultivation, smuggling and sale of drug has been banned throughout the
We
country.
are not under
Drug
radio
addicts have been
controls.
taken to the health centers, and now the facilities of technical and education has been provided.
Dr. Muhammad Hassan Ghayasi, Deputy
I am
Director of
attack a
Health
tactical
Development and
asset
Policy
computer
of the Ministry
system.
of Public Health, participated in a health conference during his visit to Hassan Ghayasi, Deputy
I am
Director
attack
of
a
Health
tactical
Development
asset
and Policy
computer
strengthening
system.
of
The
the health
tactical
level,
asset system
participated
is
in a
active.
health emergencies during his visit in the health Hassan Ghayasi, Deputy
I am
Director of
attack a
Health
tactical
Services
asset
and Capacity
for
Building
nothing.
of Health Workers and many other health topics were discussed. According to the ministry, health representatives of 22 countries of the Eastern Mediterranean participated in this conference. For the first time, 250 tons of potatoes were exported to the joint market between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan. Local officials in Balkh province say that currently, in addition to fresh and dried fruits, domestic exports of saffron, black sugar, and boilers are also exported from Afghanistan to Uzbekistan, which will be effective in expanding economic and trade relations. Sheikh al-Hadith Shahabuddin Delaware, the General Director of the Afghan Red Crescent, has met with Ms. Katrina Ritz, the head of the ICRC in Afghanistan, and Mr. Nesefer Magandi, the official of the International Federation. Sheikh Shahabuddin Delaware called the all-round assistance given by them to the Afghan Red Crescent effective and requested to start and increase new projects as well as help in the field of health, youth intervention and climate change. On the other hand, the officials of ICRC promised more assistance in addition to the treatment of children suffering from coronary heart disease, gynecological patients, and children's health. The Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, in collaboration with 5 government agencies, signed agreements to support unaccompanied women. Ministry officials say that a support center for unaccompanied women is now operating in Kabul. More
The
details
location coordinates is something you will
The
have
Ministry of
to
Labor and
pay
Social
for.
Affairs
Women
signed a memorandum
is
of
now
understanding with the
operating
Ministry of
in
Public Health,
Kabul.
Interior Affairs,
We are
the Supreme
not the
Court,
fire
the Prison
department.
Regulations Department, and the Afghan Red Crescent Society in Kabul to provide services and support to unaccompanied women. The Deputy Minister of the Social Affairs of the Ministry said during the signing ceremony that the officials of the Islamic Emirate are committed to providing services to unaccompanied people.
Whether she's a woman or child, whoever has been threatened
We
or
are not
harmed
people
by
on
anyone,
bikes.
we will help them. These women have the right to support them in the Islamic Emirate. They have the right everywhere. They have the right upon doctors. They have the right to the judiciary to ensure social justice.
According to the ministry officials, a support and a service center for unaccompanied women is now
The wind
active
is good
in the
for
center
power
and efforts are
generation.
underway to activate such centers in the zones of the country.
Now we have one center in Kabul, and this center is only for Kabul province. In this center, in the future, we will build centers in 7 zones, which are related to the provinces. In the center, women who are vulnerable will be kept there.
Bikes.
At the end of the ceremony, the participants called the signing of agreements to provide services to unaccompanied women useful and assure their cooperation.
Thank you.
947 people have graduated from the Special Forces Division headquarters.
real shooting
the
took
Ministry
place
of National
behind
Defense
Lucerno's.
has said that
No cops showed up
947
in
young
person.
officers have graduated from the 4-month Sharia period of headquarters of the Special Forces Division of this ministry. In these ceremonies, religious scholars and teachers have given some recommendations and instructions about obedience and numbers, along with information about Sharia period and its importance. Portable and immovable artifacts have been found in Kabul. The Ministry of Information and Culture said
A real
that the
shooting
4th
took
round
place
of
behind
excavation in Kabul,
Lucerno's. No
Al-Hisar,
cops
with
showed up
the
in
technical
person.
cooperation of the Aga Khan Cultural Center by the development and archaeology related to art and culture of this ministry has also ended. The ministry added that the portable and immovable artifacts found during the excavation period belong to the Islamic and pre-Islamic periods. According to the Ministry of Information and Culture, the recovered artifacts include clay, stone, iron, and earthen materials, and immovable artifacts include defensive walls, defensive towers, and huts. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night.
ساتوی پسروینو دادا شهیدانو کور دادا باتورانو کور دادا باتورانو کور دادا باتورانو کور دادا باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو دادا شهیدانو کور
Dispatch from Medic 72.
Medic 72.
ساتوی پسروینو دادا شهیدانو کور دادا باتورانو کور دادا باتورانو کور دادا باتورانو کور دادا باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو دادا شهیدانو کور
We are not that call.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. Today is 17th of September 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. The Political Commission of the Islamic Emirate held a meeting under the leadership of Maulavi Abdul Kabir, political deputy of the Prime Minister. In this meeting, in addition to discussion of the recent developments of the country and the region, political and security topics and developments to the solution to the problems of Afghans living abroad, the necessary preparation for the returning Afghan refugees, and some other topics were discussed. And necessary decisions were taken on a number of topics according to the agenda. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, met with some scholars of Faryab province. In this meeting, the scholars expressed their satisfaction with the overall security in the country and asked the officials of the Islamic Emirate to pay special attention to the construction of madrasas, schools, standard health centers, and dams in Faryab. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, said that the strengthening security, providing services to the citizens, and solving their problems are among the duties and responsibilities of the Islamic Emirate, and they are not stopping their efforts in these sections. Mr. Hanafi also said that the Islamic Emirate will take necessary measures to solve the demands and problems of the people of Faryab. Foreign Minister Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi met with ambassadors and representatives of foreign organizations in Kabul. In this meeting, Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi called on the countries hosting Afghan refugees to adhere to human rights laws and to treat Afghan migrants well so that they can return to their countries with dignity at the right time. The Minister of Foreign Affairs called on international organizations and institutions working in the field of refugees to help Afghan refugees. Khwaja Shadmanov, the ambassador of Uzbekistan in Kabul, has completed his 12-year mission. Yadgar Khwaja Shadmanov said during his meeting with the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister in the goodbye ceremony that he tried to expand and improve the relations between Kabul and Tashkent. Meanwhile, Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi emphasized the bilateral relations between the two countries. More details in the report.
Maulavi Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy prime minister, visited the ambassador of Uzbekistan, Yadgar Khwaja Shadmanov, in Kabul. According to the press release issued by the Arab, bilateral relations between Kabul and Tashkent have been emphasized in this meeting.
Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, appreciated the functions of Yadgar Khwaja Shadmanov in the direction of promoting the relations between the two countries and called the relations between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan historic, and also called for the development of bilateral relations.
We are not
They have created their own strategy, their own political framework, so that the friendship and political strategy of Uzbekistan and Afghanistan are taken into consideration.
At the same time, the Uzbek ambassador said that Tashkent is committed to the development of economic and trade relations with Afghanistan,
We are not
and Uzbek
Charlie
businessmen
Vector
are willing
units.
to invest in Afghanistan.
The fact that the ambassador of Uzbekistan was present in Afghanistan and took positive steps based on establishing diplomatic and economic relations, and now they want these relations to be positive.
The officials of the Chamber of Commerce and Investment also say that economic and commercial relations between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan were developed during the mission of Khwaja Shadmanov.
Yes, we have
During
many
his
wheels.
time, a lot of work has been done. Facilities have come. Problems have been solved. He has traveled to our borders many times. He had a very good relationship with trade.
Yadgar Khwaja Shadmanov started working as an ambassador in Afghanistan in June 2012, and his mission ended this year.
Maulavi Muhammad Zahid Ahmad Zay, Deputy
Currently
Minister of
refueling
Labor and
for
Social
sustenance.
Affairs, met with Ramim Behzad, head of the International Labour Organization office in Afghanistan. During the meeting, the two sides discussed bilateral relations and the launch
Whatever,
of
thanks
educational
for
programs
nothing.
for youth in less developed provinces. The Ministry of Public Health announces the continuation of the implementation of polio vaccine in the country. The ministry has said in the press release that all the reports related to the banning of polio vaccination in the country by some foreign media are unreal, and there is no obstacle in this regard. We have more details in this report.
This is the Department of Implementation of Polio Vaccine in Child Health Hospital, where some families brought their children to be vaccinated.
We have come and vaccinate this child against polio. It's very useful. It's useful for this child's illness and everything. We come here to vaccinate this child.
At the same time, the doctors of this department say that the employees of this hospital implement the vaccine to children under 5 years during the anti-polio vaccination campaign on a daily basis.
When the polio campaign starts in the country, a large number of our compatriots bring their children under the age of 5 to 5.5 months to the hospital to be vaccinated because polio has no other treatment. With these 2 drops of polio vaccine, we can save children from polio.
This is in a situation where some foreign media recently said, according to the World Health Organization, that the Islamic Emirate has banned polio vaccination in Afghanistan, but the Ministry of Public Health denies these reports and says,
some media have published reports that the Islamic Emirate has banned or stopped the implementation of the polio vaccine. In order to prevent polio, this ministry is trying every possible way to be effective in this society.
According to the officials of the Ministry of Public Health, since the beginning of this year, 6 rounds of anti-polio vaccination have been implemented in the country.
The General Department of Revenue of Ministry of Finance held a one-day awareness seminar on the tax process for the financial and procurement officers of all ministries.
Behind
In this meeting,
no cops showed
Hafiz
up
Hussain
in person.
Hussaini, the General Director of Revenue of the Ministry of Finance, spoke about having sincerity, commitment, and piety, and added that the purpose of this seminar was to raise awareness and gain knowledge about your responsibilities. Do not neglect it and try to work on it. Officials of the General Department of Revenue in this seminar provided information regarding taxes, types of taxes, tax process, procedures, tax norms, bills, statements, and goals of this department for the finance and procurement officials of the ministries.
No cops showed
and the
up
final
in
one
person.
is that food and non-food aid was distributed to 60 families affected by the recent floods in Onabad district of Panjshir province. The Provincial Disaster Preparedness Department said that the aid included wheat, rice, oil, milk, and blankets. Our This Time news is ending here. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night.
We are not Charlie veteran units.
This is Medic 91, we're coming code 1 to your facility. I have a 47-year-old male patient in our control call. Registered complaints, nausea, vomiting, times 2 days.
Great out radio.
Blood pressure 156 on 90, heart rate 98%. We have a heart rate of 120, we got a temperature of 97.6. Unable to have you with family.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. Today is 16th of September 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. The leader of the Islamic Emirate will make new appointments in some provinces including Kabul. At the same time, analysts are welcoming the latest election by the supreme leader of the Islamic Emirate in some provinces, including the capital of the country. More details in report.
The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan informs about the new appointments in a number of provinces
He
near
is
the
not
capital
an
city,
additional
according
voice
to the
of
last order of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafizahullah.
It is not blamed here. Yes, the
Haji
tactical
Abdul
asset
Qahir
system
Idris,
is
former
active.
Deputy of Revenue and Customs of the Ministry of Finance, will be the head of the Department of Statistics and Information.
A real shooting
Dr.
took
Fakir
place
Muhammad
behind
Ziar, the
Charno's
former head
no
of the
cops
Department
showed
of
up in
Statistics
person.
and Information, will be the head of the Medical Council of the Ministry of Public Health. Maulavi Sharifullah, the former head of the Economy of Helmand Province, will be the commander of Farah Province. Maulavi Muhammad Gul Saeed, the former chief of Farah Province Court of Appeal, will be the head of Kandahar Province Military Court. Maulavi Ghulam Rahman Kazim, former head of Nangarhar Valley of Agriculture, will be the head of Emirate Irrigation and Sewerage Company. Maulavi Ghulam Rasul Ehsani, former chief of Kandahar Military Court, has been appointed as the chief of Farah Province Appeal Court.
At the same time, some analysts welcome this order from the Supreme Leader of the Islamic Emirate and add that changes are the principle of the governance, and now the Emirate employees are committed to obeying the orders.
Now in the Islamic Emirate, it is a happy place where all the officials obey the leaders. The principles of administration and management are also observed. The division of duties, the establishment of responsibilities, and the ideas of the establishment of the institution are also applied here. If the district governor become the governor, if the minister become the governor, no one made a noise. From this, it's clear that the leader of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan implements his orders in the entire territory of Afghanistan and shows a single government for the people of Afghanistan and for the world.
They add that before this, in the previous governments, when a person was changed to another institution by the president, the administrative hierarchy was not taken into consideration.
That was not like before. There would be many problems in the republic. When a person was changed, he would threaten them. But thankfully, now these issues have been resolved and people are much happier and it will be more beneficial.
According to analysts, if the obedience of orders and commitment to work in the Emirate institutions continue, problems will not take place in the government institutions, and it will lead to further development of the institutions.
Najibullah Mahdi, ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Malaysia, attended the 4th International Conference on Islamic Tourism in Kuala Lumpur. The conference was attended by Malaysian Ministers of Tourism, a number of government officials, and foreign ambassadors. The expansion of Islamic tourism, the latest statistics on tourism to Islamic countries, and cooperation between Islamic countries were discussed. The Ministry of Finance says that it has paid 2.7 billion Afghanis in remaining debts of some foreign organizations borrowed by the previous administration. The spokesperson of this ministry says that the payment was based on the decision of the Islamic Emirates leadership. Let's see more in this report.
The Ministry of Finance said that the remaining debts of the previous administration have been paid by this ministry based on the new decision of the leadership of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. According to the ministry spokesman, the previous administration borrowed 2.7 billion from foreign organizations, which has now been paid by this ministry. It also plans to pay off the remaining debts of some other institutions this year.
According to the decision of the leadership of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, the Ministry of Finance has paid 1.7 billion Afghanis from the debts of a number of foreign institutions on the system. About 910 million Afghanis to the World Bank and 1.9 billion Afghanis to the Asian Development Bank have been paid.
On the other hand, economic experts consider the payment of the debts of the previous administration by the Ministry of Finance as an expression of economic stability in the country, saying that paying off debts can create new investments and provide job opportunities for thousands of people.
The payment of foreign institutions loaned by the Ministry of Finance of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is not only an expression of economic stability in Afghanistan, but it can also lead to other new investments and the start of new projects that were ongoing in the previous government and have now stopped. On this basis, it sends a clear message to the countries and institutions of the region and the world that they can provide economic, political, and other assistance to Afghanistan and the world. We are committed to helping in the areas we can.
This is while the Islamic Emirate has not received any loan from any foreign country's organization in the past 3 years. It is also planned and trying to pay off the remaining debts of the previous administration.
A memorandum of understanding on joint cooperation between the National Disaster Preparedness Agency and IAM organization was signed by Mullah Nuruddin Turabi and the head of the IAM International Aid Organization. In this meeting, Mullah Nuruddin Turabi said that the leadership of this organization is trying to deliver their donations to the deserving people as soon as possible. The reconstruction of Bamyan Airport worth more than 40 million Afghans began with the presence of a delegation from the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation and the Governor of Bamyan Province. Maulavi Abdullah Sarhadi, the Governor of Bamyan, said during the launch of the project that the project will reconstruct the damaged parts of the airport that disrupted flights. Maulavi Abdul Wali Haqqani, the Deputy Minister of Health Services of the Ministry of Public Health, visited the Directorate of Radiology Center and Central Laboratories in the capital, Kabul.
The location coordinates
the Deputy
is something
Director
you will
of
have
Health
to
Services,
pay for.
along with a close visit to the different health departments of the Radiology Center, listened to the suggestions of the health workers in this center and assured that the necessary measures will be taken. He also visited the various health departments and the Directorate of Central Laboratories and listened to the recommendations of the officials of the Directorate to strengthen the services of the Diagnostic Department and assured of full attention to this department. And the final one is that the construction of a water supply network at a cost of 4 million Afghans was completed and put into use in Sabri district of Khost province. The Ministry of Rural Rehabilitation and Development says that with the construction of the network, about 300 families in the district will benefit from safe drinking water. That's all for tonight. We will be back with some more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a great night.
We are not your car's radio traffic. Whatever thanks for nothing.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. Today is 15th of September 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash. Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, said in a meeting about the implementation of the law on industrial parks that more than 800 applications for receiving land in industrial parks have been sent to the ministry. The law industrial parks is the first law in the field of economy, which was approved by Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah. Afghan citizens have been released from prisons in Pakistan's Sindh state and returned to the country. Abdul Jabbar Takhari, Afghanistan's Consul General in Karachi, Pakistan, said that the citizens were imprisoned for not having of legal documents. Mullah Muhammad Yunus Akhundzada, Minister of Rural Rehabilitation and Development, met with scholars, influential ethnic mujahideen, and residents of Sabri district of Khost province during his working visit. The Minister of Rural Development visited different areas and listened to the problems and suggestions of the people and assured them of the start of development projects in this district. Mr. Khunzada also visited the Coast Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department and asked the employees of that department to be committed to their duties and responsibilities. The World Health Organization said in a published news release, 1/3 of Afghanistan's population lives in areas that have little access to food, and droughts and floods have worsened their situation. On the other hand, the Ministry of Public Health calls the latest published report of the World Health Organization untrue and adds that the number of malnourished children in the country has decreased compared to the past.
See you later, 104 radio
The World Health Organization publishes numerous reports of Afghanistan's health issues from time to time. This time, the head of this organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, said in a statement published on his X page in connection with Afghanistan's food insecurity.
1/3 of Afghanistan's residents live in areas that have little access to food. 850,000 children are severely malnourished. The health workers of this organization have treated 21,000 severely malnourished children in 140 health centers across Afghanistan. These health services are not enough and they need more help.
At the same time, the Ministry of Public Health again calls such reports of international institutions baseless and adds that the number of malnourished children has decreased compared to the past, and since Islamic Emirate took power for the second time, the number of the treatment centers of this disease has increased from 800 to more than 3,000.
Recently, some reports have been published by some offices about the number and figures of child malnutrition in Afghanistan. We reject these reports. They are not true. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has been sufficiently worked for the benefit of children compared to the previous time. The sites have been expanded in these areas. No services were provided before. Now services are provided.
On the other hand, some citizens are happy with the health services provided by the Ministry of Public Health, but they insist on equality of health services.
A real shooting took place
in the
behind
center of
Lucherno's.
Kunduz province.
No cops
Health
showed up
services
in
are
person.
provided very well. The 400-bed local hospital is located in Kunduz and also the Antony Hospital. There are well-equipped clinics that provide services to the people. We ask the Ministry of Public Health to pay attention in this area so the people's problems are solved. We will not
According to the information of the Ministry of Public Health, in the last 9 months of this current year, 2024, 1.5 million mothers and children suffering from malnutrition have been treated.
Mullah Abdul Wasi Khadim, Director General of the Prime Minister's Office, met with the Director of Information and Culture of Herat Province during his visit. The head of the Prime Minister's Office, while visiting the historical Ikhtiyar-ud-Din Castle, the reconstruction project of the 5th Minaret of Herat and the handicrafts of the province, stressed the prevention of the country's historical monuments, adding that the Islamic Emirate is committed to the protecting these valuable monuments for future generations. The Technical and Vocational Education Department says that it has signed cooperation agreements with 16 domestic and foreign institutions in the past year. It has also coordinated with 25 domestic and foreign institutions on the development and improvement of technical and vocational education. Officials of the department add that there are more than 350 technical and vocational education centers in all provinces of the country, where 110 disciplines are taught. More details in report.
The Technical and Vocational Education Department, in its program to describe the achievements of the Emirates Department, says that in the past year, it has fulfilled its responsibility in training and developing professional workforce, technical development of human capital, employment generation, poverty reduction, and economic growth. Officials of the department add that during the past year, cooperation agreements have been signed with a number of domestic and foreign institutions.
In total, 16 memorandums of cooperation have been signed between the Department of Technical and Vocational Education, with domestic and international institutions and authorities, which has taken on an executive aspect and has benefited the Department of Technical and Administrative Education to the
That
value
radio
of $32
program is
million.
not in our area.
Mr. Shahamad also says that, along with the revision of the curriculum, the technical and vocational education of 9 countries have been modeled, and guidelines for writing textbooks and scientific and research papers have been prepared.
In the department, creating short-term vocational courses and developing
See you later,
its
104
curriculum.
radio
The Department
program.
of Technical and Vocational Education, in cooperation with domestic and foreign institutions, has launched dozens of short-term professional courses in technical and vocational education centers in the center and provinces. And the curriculum of the courses is in accordance with the needs of the labor market have developed.
The professional deputy of the department says that last year, more than 8,000 people were given short-term vocational programs and 100 graduates were given entrepreneurship workshops.
Regarding the profession, we want to add this one thing, that we are trying to work on the short-term profession that we need now in this sector. For this reason, we have started arranging the curriculum to create that program. There has been a twofold increase in the income of this institution, which reached 4 million Afghans last year. It should be clear that this agency is not a revenue agency, but an expenditure agency.
It's worth mentioning that the Technical and Vocational Education Department has prepared and developed plans, policies, legislative documents, and development projects
We
this
don't
year.
want to hear it.
The Ministry of Refugees and Repatriation announced the construction of 114 shelters for refugees in Saripal province. The ministry said in a statement that the foundation stone of the shelters worth 40 million Afghans was laid by the ministry's professional deputy in Saripal province. The shelters will be built within the next year with the financial support of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, the ministry said. And finally, we are entering into the weather. The Meteorological Department of the Ministry of Transport and Aviation has warned of heavy rain, lightning, and floods in 12 provinces of the country. The department said that the rain is expected in Badakhshan, Takhar, Nuristan, Kunar, Laghman, Kapisa, Panjshir, Baghlan, Parwan, Nangarhar, Paktia, and Coast provinces, including Salang on Sunday. Our time is Indonesia. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great
The location coordinates is something you will have to pay for. We are not your car's radio traffic.
All the way straight. Go through the radio stop sign, you see a little brick wall, go through there, turn around the parking lot, and I'll be right there in
See you later on the radio program.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to this hour's news with me, Marianne. The Minister of Information and Culture, during his trip to Russia, met with St. Petersburg officials and the head of the foreign relations of the city. In this meeting, Mr. Dmitrievich assured the cooperation and provision of cultural relations between the two countries. On the other hand, Mr. Khairullah Khairkha considered the current situation as a good opportunity to develop and strengthen relations between the two countries, and added that cultural diplomacy and relations between the two countries, especially culturalists, should be further strengthened. The Minister of Information and Culture also emphasized on organizing a joint exhibition between the two countries and called it an important role in introducing the culture of both countries. Mullah Khair Khan, the Minister of Information and Culture, met with the President and members of the Cultural Union of Afghans living in St. Petersburg, Russia. In this meeting, the Minister for Information and Culture said that Afghanistan is the common home of all Afghans. Let's build it together. The Minister of Information and Culture also added that now Afghanistan has a system that has sovereignty over no cost should come to the country so that we can try to settle the country under one umbrella. Also, the members of the Cultural Union of Afghans living in Russia expressed that the Islamic system is the solution of all Afghanistan problems, and both sides emphasize Islamic values, territorial integrity and national sovereignty. Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani, Minister of Interior Affairs, and Sheikh Muhammad Khalid Hanafi, Minister of Prevention of Vice and Promotion of Virtue, and listening to complaints during their visit to Kunar province, in a meeting with local officials, district governors and police commanders, said that as you have fought against difficulties during jihad, now it is the time to fight against your ego. Ministers of the ministries recommended that the prohibition of the evil-doing and listening to the complaints of the officials and behave well with the people, serve honestly and obey the orders. It's worth mentioning that this was the first visit of Minister of Interior Affairs to Kunar province, where he met with the various officials of the province and heard their proposals closely.
You are not Heath.
Officials of the Kabul Traffic Directorate say that this year, about 20,000 new driver's licenses have been distributed to the applicants after going through the legal procedures. According to them, people's interest in getting driver's licenses has increased compared to the past. More details in the report.
Increasing the interest of citizens to get driving license. According to the traffic officials, in the course of 1 year, about 20,000 driver's license volume have been distributed to applicants after going through the legal procedures. Khan Mohammadi Ghavar, head of traffic in Kabul, requests license applicants and drivers to participate in the traffic management training courses in this province, in person and in practice.
This amount has been extended to the licenses that had expired. We have extended the time of 23,218 licenses, and we have distributed 16,736 new licenses to people till now. People have applied and we have given licenses. The number is very high. We have a lot of clients. We are not able to do that much or reach them. We have registered. We are trying to increase our capacity and solve the problem of our countrymen.
Officials of the Kabul Traffic Department say that for the applicant to obtain a driver's license, the Traffic Directorate first distribute a whole form. The applicant fills out the receipt form, and after completing the health examination, the applicant is included in theoretical and practical lessons.
We teach them every day. This is the traffic rules course, which is the law of how to cross the road, and we teach them the way how to use and cross the public road, and the speed of distance rules of vehicles, and where to stop and where to not stop, where to overtake and where to not overtake.
دیگه توقف باید کجا توقف بکنن کجا توقف نکنن سبقت کجا بکنن کجا باید سبقت نکنن.
On the other hand, the applicants for driver's license want more facilities in distribution of driver's license.
The process is going well. The teachers are very experienced. I'm 6 years old. I came here to get my license to understand the traffic rules. I've been a driver for 4 years. My message for drivers is that they should follow the traffic rules when they cross the road and say the travel dua at the beginning. This is very useful for a person. This is God's command upon us. We should remember the travel dua. Here, the lesson goes on normally, and the teachers teaches for 1 hour every day. People, especially drivers, should come to be aware of the traffic rules to reduce accidents in the city.
A number of private driving course officials, which provide practical training for applicants, want citizens to follow traffic and city rules.
I request all the young people to either go to the courses or go to the traffic department to solve this program while there.
However, some residents of Kabul city say that currently some drivers do not follow traffic rules, especially those who use motorcycle, travel around the city without helmet and at a relatively high speed.
The United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, says that Britain has contributed £6 million to the Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund. According to this department, since 2014, Britain has given £304 million to Afghanistan. Mullah Abdul Qayyum Zakir, the Deputy of Ministry of National Defense, along with officials of 217th Umari Army Corps, visited the border security sites located in Kunduz and Tahar provinces. In this meeting, Mr. Zakir heard closely the problems of the officials, Mujahideens, and the border security sites of Qalaizal, Imam Sahib, and Kalba district of Kunduz province, and Khajagar, Dasht Qala, Darqat, Yangi Qala, and Cha'ab districts of Tahar province, and assured them of the necessary instructions to solve their problems. Emirate Newspapers Department of the Ministry of Information and Culture announces the provision of newspaper printing machines in 4 zones of the country. Officials of this department say that they are providing newspapers with new standards in national and international languages.
104 radio
they are delivering them to the readers in print and online form. More details in the report.
It has been more than a century since newspapers started operating in Afghanistan.
Solar
Officials
is
from the
great
Ministry
for
of Information and
power
Culture's Emirate Newspaper Department say that they're also working in the field of advertising missing documents, along with publishing the newspapers of Hiwad, Anis, Sada Shariat, and Kabul Times. Officials say that efforts are underway to prepare newspaper printing presses in a number of zones.
With the advent of the Islamic Emirate of
Solar
Afghanistan,
is great
there
for
has
power
been progresses in the field of newspaper printing, design, and distribution. So now, Alhamdulillah, it is distributed in all provinces of the country, including the capital, Kabul. Kabul Times newspaper and other newspapers, all printed in one format and the same. Now it's printed in physical form every day, and we send it to all provinces of Afghanistan. We will activate this program in 4 zones and put the machines there to print them in their own provinces and send them to their zones.
Some newspaper employees say that they prepare important domestic and foreign issues in national and international languages.
We translate important economic, political, and sport news from 8 to 14 every day.
Another part of these newspapers is the design and production of handmade animation, which expresses various topics without text.
The cartoon is part of the realities of the society that expose the shortcoming of the society. It is not written, but it is prepared in a custom way and presented to their viewers.
Radio program is not in our area.
According to the text and news that are interested to us, we design and select photos for it and classify it according to the hierarchy.
According to the officials of the Emirate Newspapers Directorate of the Ministry of Information and Culture, their services are made available in governmental and private institutions and audiences in print and online throughout the country.
Sheikh Shahabuddin Dalabar, the head of the Afghan Red Crescent Society, held a meeting with the head of the International Federation in Afghanistan regarding the arrangement and the foreign trips in order to attract the humanitarian aid. The Afghan Red Crescent Society says that Sheikh Shahabuddin Dalabar called the joint activity of the 2 sides effective for helping the needy family and the compatriot, and also emphasized on the increase of humanitarian services in the country. This was all for tonight. Thank you for watching.
How are you?
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I am Suleiman Talash. Mullah Muhammad Hassan Akhund, the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, led a high-level delegation this morning to participate in the opening ceremony of the TOPI and other development projects like oil and gas, energy and transport between Afghanistan and Turkmenistan arrived in Salim Chishma region of Turkmenistan.
No cops
the Prime
showed
Minister
up
of the
in
Islamic
person.
Emirate met with Qurban Qulay Burdi Muhammadov, the national leader of the Turkmenistan in this area. and discussed the importance of bilateral relations development and the implementation of major development and regional projects between the two countries. After this meeting, Sardar Berdi Muhammadov, the president of Turkmenistan, who was connected through video conference, gave a speech at the opening ceremony of Chopi and other major economic and development projects. Mullah Muhammad Hassan Akhund, the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, and Qurbanquli Berdi Muhammadov, the national leader of Turkmenistan, will also speak at these ceremonies, and the work will begin officially. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, met with a number of tribal leaders of Nangarhar, Samangan and Paktia provinces. The political deputy of the Prime Minister said that the Islamic Emirate is making efforts for balanced development in all regions and wants to deliver development projects to all areas. Maulavi Abdul Kabir added that the Islamic government was created by people and with their cooperation, and the people can share their requests and opinions with the officials. Also, he has assured the tribal leaders that their problems and demands will be addressed. The citizens of the country welcomed the inauguration of the Chopi project by the Islamic Emirate and said that along with the right of transit and gaining of gas, the project will provide jobs for thousands of people. We have more details in this report.
We make this all for frequent patrol, please.
Copy 2, please. Unit 2, King John Henry, 4331. You said he's on his ladder too? Alright, 2, I'm just around the corner. I'll be there.
جهان سپاس از حکومت اسلامی نام خدا پیشرفت ما
SKID and Jane. No, John Henry 8533. Go ahead, Ken.
پیشرفت از بالات ترقی است مثل پروژه افغانستان بسیار به یک طرف اقتصاد میبره. ما از امارات اسلامی خواهش ما بیست که همچون پروژه را آغاز بکنن و تطبیق بکنن تا وطن ما از بحران اقتصادی و مشکلات خلاص شود.
Bundle up in the Northeast. It was one of the coldest that we've seen this morning in about 2 years. This icy grip that winter has now that we're officially in the season. We also saw the first legitimate snow in New York, right? More than an inch fell. Where's it falling right now? Because we're giving you a live look where, I don't know, we're dealing with much melting. The sun's probably helping things in New York, but the sun's nowhere to be found in Gaylord. However, it looks like it's opening off. I don't know what to say. The road looks better.
Yeah, the road does look better. I will say I'm looking at reports right now of some ice pellets and some sleet in parts of central and northern Michigan.
Yeah.
Right now, despite the fact that our radar sometimes the returns look all blue, aka it says it looks like snow, but as it's falling, it's actually landing in some parts as sleet and freezing rain.
A little bit of melting. You know, that would not have happened yesterday.
Oh, no.
That temperature, we started in Gaylord yesterday, which it's 26 degrees. We were just looking. You do the quick math. That's more than 40 degrees warmer this morning than it was yesterday morning. I mean, we're now into the afternoon, but that was one of the coldest mornings we've had in Gaylord. Thanks because of the snow since 2019, and you have to go back to January to see this type of chill in December.
It was not involved in the September 11
and we had about a foot of snow that was on the ground when all of that occurred in parts of northern Michigan. So yeah, it was really cold. And what was interesting too, Steve, is the fact that we didn't have any sort of wind. The winds were calm, so it really allowed for that radiational cooling to maximize itself under clear skies.
Clear skies will do it. I mean, the stars are brighter and more brilliant than they ever are any time during the year. You have less water vapor, just less pollution that you're dealing with from the atmosphere. But I'll say the temperatures were just bitterly cold. You factor in a bit of a wind chill. I mean, the wind weren't the huge story, but even just a slight wind is mighty when you have temperatures like we saw in Albany, one of the coldest that we've seen in a couple of years, -5 degrees. Looks like that number's been adjusted. It was -4, but now officially a -5 degree wake-up temperature. Elmira, -8. In Boston and New York, while I guess you can say there was snow on the ground, not a ton, but 13 degrees in New York City, it was a cold start.
It was freezing cold. Yeah, we actually picked up over the weekend, 1.8 inches in Central Park, 3 inches in Hoboken, about Staten Island, same sort of story with 3 inches of snow. So yeah, we certainly saw it. But again, look at these temperatures. This was certainly a big weather story. And this is current, by the way. So 2, 4, 5 degrees in parts of Vermont, New Hampshire.
And that's where all of the cold air is concentrated. I mean, we're looking at the whole country, and so to see it in the 2 states, Vermont and New Hampshire, you know that that's where the Arctic air has been pointed. There is going to be a warming trend. The warming trend, though, coming out of Arctic air, will cautiously say warmer, because temperatures are still going to be hovering close to freezing today in the city, in New York City. Boston's going to remain cold. We start tomorrow still on the cold side. 25 degrees is a cold start, but then here's where we get the warm up. This will be by tomorrow afternoon, but not to give everything away. There's something that'll happen between tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon, which could lead to maybe a different season by about this time.
Oh, big time. Absolutely. Right. And so yeah, you look at perhaps more some of that snow. Move on and yeah, right now, as we speak, parts of northern Michigan, this is going to be up around the thumb of Michigan, and even in parts of southeast lower Michigan. Note where the purple is at. There are some signs, and I'm looking at it on one of the apps that I use, where sleet is being reported in parts of metro Detroit. That's that pink coloring. It's right over Flint, Saginaw, Bay City, and then parts of Lapeer County. Rochester Hills, a little bit more hilly up there, so you typically see a little bit more snow in these regions.
It's quick moving, but it's, you know, the time for people traveling this afternoon, and it looks like while our Fox model is showing, it's probably not going to be widespread, and it's going to be mostly of the lighter nature. Keep in mind, a lot of this, even with the future track is picking up on future radar, is not reaching the ground. You've got some dry air that's just eating up a lot of this moisture, but it does show a colder solution, so we have that chance of seeing the ice.
Border forces belonging to different corps of the Ministry
a couple of snowflakes there, and of course, what happens in parts of the Great Lakes states all moves toward the northeast as well. So what that means is for friends and family down west of the Great Lakes, although we're not expecting any sort of like Crispin or like snow, we still, in those regions
there's a chance. I mean, Bangor to Burlington, that's where we could see a decent swath of 5 to 8 to 12 inches of snow. It's there where we have winter weather advisories. We've got another, solid 12 hours before we really start seeing the effects in the Northeast. But keep in mind, tomorrow morning, New York City, we could have snow in the morning. We could see that as far north as Boston. Farther south, though, while New York's not under any advisory, we did have those advisories for Philadelphia and D.C., and it's not because of snow, it's because of ice, and that's going to be the concern.
Absolutely, and really that's going to concentrate itself around Baltimore.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I am Suleiman Talash. Maulavi Zabihullah Mujahid, spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, in a meeting with domestic and foreign media officials at the Government Information and Media Center, made a complete statement about the optical fiber, railway, top and other important and fundamental projects. He presented the information and asked the media officials to cooperate for better coverage and reflection of the mentioned projects. Mr. Mujahid insisted that the media should hold analytic discussions with some experts about the economic and social importance of these projects in order to make citizens more aware of the value and importance of these projects. Sheikh Hamdullah Nomani, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, met with said Muqaddim Amin, the head of our building company. In this meeting, there was a discussion about the progress, problems, and solution of the ongoing construction works in New Kabul City. Said Muqaddim Amin, head of our building company, said that they have been working on the related land according to the plan and map. Sheikh Hamdullah Numani, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, said that the technical committee will evaluate the work done, determine its social, legal, and economic value, point out the shortcomings and find solutions, further develop the affairs, and will consider appropriate ways for development. It's worth mentioning that the construction work in New Kabul City is going rapidly, and it is expected that more investors will invest in this area in the near future. Naqibullah Ahmadi, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Malaysia and the first political director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mufti Nur Ahmad Nur, met with Dr. Dato Muhammad Nasim Mukhtar, the Minister of Religious Affairs of Malaysia. In addition to Afghanistan's security, political, and economic situation, a number of other topics were also discussed in this meeting. The United Nations Organization for the Coordination of Humanitarian Aid, OCHA, announced Norway's donation of $1,800,000 to Afghanistan. Officials of the Ministry of Economy of Islamic Emirate consider the help of the international community to be effective in reducing poverty and want these countries to make efforts to remove the sanctions imposed on the Islamic Emirate. More details in the report.
United Nations Organization for the Coordination of Humanitarian Aid, OCHA, on Sunday by publishing a message on its X page, said that Norway has donated nearly $2 million to Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund. OCHA, while welcoming Norway's new aid, said that this country has donated 189 million Norwegian kron to Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund in the last 10 years. With this, the Ministry of Economy of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan welcomes this donation and wants the donor country to remove the restriction imposed on Afghans.
The basic solution for a positive change in the economic situation is for the international community to take part in the removing restrictions along with humanitarian aid and providing employment opportunities for people through development aid in line and with economic priorities. Starting development projects and providing job opportunities will soon make Afghanistan economically self-reliant.
Experts also say that although the aid of the international community is effective, in the short term, the international community should pay attention to the construction of infrastructure and the provision of work land for Afghans.
They have worked on such projects like Topi project, in which they have helped the gas pipeline from Turkmenistan to Afghanistan, then to Pakistan, then to India, and then to the world. They should start working on other projects such as in electricity, roads, hospitals, agriculture, and our livestock.
Before this, OCHA had announced the aid of $303 million from the United States and the United Kingdom to Afghans Humanitarian Fund. This international foundation has asked donor organizations and countries to provide more aid in order to reach the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan.
The Deputy Minister of Culture and Arts of the Ministry of Information and Culture visited the ancient Jeminarite in Gaur province. The Deputy Minister of Culture and Arts of the Ministry of Information and Culture said that technical teams consisting of several ministries have been established to reconstruct and strengthen the Jeminarite in Gaur province. Officials of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs say that last year, 74,738 people graduated from technical and vocational education, and 122,136 domestic and foreign citizens were given work licenses. The ministry also added that it's determined to provide employment to 1.5 million people by establishing a national labor conference and signing 15 agreements with various institutions. More details in report.
Officials of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs said in a program of explaining the one-year achievements of Emirati institutions that within 1 year they have been able to graduate 74,734 people from technical and vocational institutions according to the needs of the labor market, and also distributed work licenses to 122,136 domestic and foreign citizens.
In the past, the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs has graduated 74,738 people from Emirati and non-Emirati technical center in the center and provinces.
از مراکز فنی و حرفوی امارتی و غیر امارتی فارغ نموده است.
According to the ministry's officials, the level of unemployment has decreased in the last 1 year, through which the ministry has expanded the efforts to legally send Afghan workers abroad.
The visit of the acting Minister of Labor and Social Affairs to the royal government of Qatar and Russia regarding the issue of sending Afghan skilled workers abroad to reach an initial understanding with the country of Qatar, as well as discussion with the United Arab Emirates, and their lorry winter has been taken.
Officials add that for next year, they plan to follow the promises of the National Labour Conference in order to reduce the unemployment rate in the country, according to which 1.5 million people will be directly and indirectly employed.
In the field of work, in order to reduce the unemployment rate